Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Cross Harry. Today's narrative adventure is titled What If Tony Stark Adopted Harry at age 4 and Built Him a Vibranium Wand That Made Every Spell Unstoppable. We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Built Tony Stark Didn't Do Suburban Neighborhoods. He especially didn't do suburban neighborhoods in Little Whinging, Surrey, which had to be the most boring place in all of England. But when your company's European expansion hinges on buying out a small but crucial tech firm whose founder insists on meeting at his home office, you make exceptions. Happy, remind me again why we couldn't do this at the Savoy. Tony adjusted his sunglasses as they drove down Privet Drive, the identical houses making his skin crawl. With Scotch. And people who don't think beige is a personality trait. Happy Hogan, ever patient, kept his eyes on the road. Because Mr. Edwards said he only does business from his home office, boss. Something about seeing a man on his own turf. Remind me to buy his company just to fire him, Tony muttered, tapping away at his phone. Jarvis, what's our ETA? 3 minutes, sir, the AI's voice came through Tony's earpiece. Though I should note there appears to be some disturbance 2 streets over. Local police communications indicate a domestic situation. Tony was about to ignore this completely irrelevant information when a flash of light caught his attention from beyond the perfectly trimmed hedges to their right. What was that? What was what, boss? Happy asked, slowing the car slightly. That light. Tony leaned forward, scanning the area. Another flash, this one definitely green, pulsed from what looked like someone's backyard. Pull over. We're gonna be late, Edwards can wait, Tony said, already opening his door before the car fully stopped. Against his better judgment, which was how most of his adventures began, Tony followed the strange light. He hopped a fence, ruining his Italian loafers in someone's garden, and found himself staring at the back of number 4, Privet Drive. The flashes were coming from the garden shed. As Tony approached, he heard shouting. You freak! What did you do? What did you do? A man's voice, followed by a child's terrified sobbing. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon. Tony moved faster. The shed door burst open, and a massive walrus of a man dragged a tiny boy out by his arm. The kid couldn't have been more than 4, swimming in clothes 5 times too big, with a lightning-shaped scar visible through his messy black hair. Sir, I should call the authorities, Jarvis spoke in Tony's ear. Wait, Tony whispered, watching as small objects around the garden began to shake. The frightened boy's glasses were askew, and his emerald eyes seemed to glow with the same energy Tony had spotted from the road. The large man raised his hand to strike the child when suddenly every garden tool in the shed flew out at once, rakes, shovels, pruning shears, suspending themselves in midair around the man. What in God's name? Tony breathed. The boy wasn't touching anything. Wasn't controlling the objects with any device Tony could see. Yet the tools danced and spun in perfect formation, creating a barrier between the child and his aggressor. The walrus man turned white. Put those down. You'll go in the cupboard for a month. The objects clattered to the ground as the boy's shoulders slumped. Tony had seen enough. He stepped forward, clearing his throat. Hi there. Tony Stark. Billionaire, genius, recently voted sexiest man alive for the 3rd year running. Mind telling me why you're about to hit a kid who can apparently perform telekinesis? Because I'd love to hear that explanation. The large man turned, purple-faced. This is private property. Get out before I call the police. Tony smiled his press conference smile. Please do. I'll wait. I'm sure they'd love to hear about the shouting and the grabbing and the threatening to lock a child in a cupboard. Great parenting style you got there, very retro. The man faltered, looking between Tony and the boy, who had pressed himself against the garden wall, trembling. This isn't your concern. The boy is troubled. Needs discipline. Yeah, I can see how terrifying he is, Tony said, stepping closer. He knelt down to the child's level. Hey kid. What's your name? Green eyes, wide with fear, stared at him. Harry, sir. Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, Harry Potter. That was quite a trick with the garden tools. How'd you do that? Harry shook his head frantically. I'm not allowed to talk about it. It's not real. Uncle Vernon says I'm a freak. Tony's jaw tightened. He stood, pulling out his phone. Jarvis, I need a background check on this family. Full surveillance. And get me Pepper. Yes, sir. The boy's uncle sputtered. You can't just, who do you think you are? Tony slid his sunglasses down his nose. I told you. Tony Stark. You know, Iron Man. The guy who flies around in a metal suit blowing up terrorists. Ring any bells? No. Well, in addition to that, I own about half the tech companies in Europe, including the security firm that monitors this neighborhood. That last part was a complete lie, but the man wouldn't know that. Now, here's what's going to happen, Tony continued, putting a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry and I are going to have a little chat while you go inside and think very carefully about whether you want me as an enemy. The large man opened and closed his mouth like a fish, then stormed back into the house, slamming the door. Tony turned to Harry, who was staring at him with a mixture of awe and terror. Am I in trouble? The boy whispered. No, kid. But I think you're something special. Tony tapped his earpiece. Happy, change of plans. Cancel Edwards. We've got something more interesting. 12 hours later, Tony sat in a suite at the Savoy, watching Harry sleep on the king-sized bed. The kid had been exhausted, emotionally and physically. After a proper meal, during which Harry had asked 3 times if he was allowed to eat so much, a warm bath, and new clothes that actually fit, he passed out mid-sentence while Tony was showing him how to use the TV remote. Pepper's face filled Tony's tablet screen, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. Tony, you can't just take a child. I didn't take him, Pep. I rescued him. Big difference. You should have seen this place. These people, and I use that term loosely, kept him in a cupboard. A cupboard under the stairs. Like Harry Potter was some kind of, Tony stopped, frowning. What? Pepper asked. His name is Harry Potter. Yes, and? Tony shook his head. Nothing. Weird coincidence. Anyway, the background check came back. Vernon and Petunia Desley. He's a director at a drill company, she's a housewife. They have a son Harry's age who looks like he's auditioning for the role of spoiled brat villain in a kid's movie. And Harry is their nephew? Apparently. His parents died in a car crash when he was a baby. But Pep, there's something else. Tony lowered his voice, glancing at the sleeping child. The kid can do things. Move objects without touching them. Make things happen. Pepper's skeptical face appeared. Tony, are you sure you're not? I know what I saw. Tony walked to the sweets bar, pouring himself a drink. And there's more. When Jarvis did the background check, he found almost nothing on Harry's parents. Lily and James Potter. No death certificates, no accident reports. It's like they barely existed on paper. That's strange. It gets stranger. I had Jarvis analyze the energy readings from when Harry did his thing. It's unlike anything I've seen before. Not gamma, not cosmic, not Asgardian. Something else entirely. Pepper rubbed her temples. What exactly are you planning to do, Tony? You can't just adopt a random British child because he has some unusual abilities. Tony looked over at Harry again. The boy was curled into a tight ball, even in sleep, as if trying to take up as little space as possible. "Why not?" Tony asked quietly. "This kid is special, Pep. And he's being treated like garbage by people who fear what they don't understand." "Sound familiar?" Pepper's face softened. "Tony. I have the resources. I have the means. And let's face it, the world's a weird place getting weirder by the day. This kid deserves someone who won't lock him in a cupboard when he does something extraordinary. The legal hurdles alone, already working on it. The Dursleys will sign whatever I put in front of them once I mention certain words like child endangerment and international media coverage." Pepper sighed, but Tony could see her resolve weakening. "You're not exactly parent material. I'm not exactly superhero material either, but I make it work." Tony finished his drink. "Besides, I don't have to do it alone. I have you. And Happy. And Jarvis. It takes a village, right?" "A very dysfunctional village," Pepper muttered, but she was smiling slightly. "What will you do about his abilities?" "Figure them out. Help him control them. The usual Stark approach, throw money and technology at the problem until it's no longer a problem." On the bed, Harry stirred, whimpering in his sleep. "I gotta go, Pep. Operation Adopt a Wizard is underway." "That's not what we're calling it," Pepper called as Tony ended the call. He approached the bed cautiously. Harry was twitching, his face contorted in fear. A nightmare. As Tony watched, the lamp on the bedside table began to rattle. "Hey, kid." "Harry." Tony gently shook his shoulder. "Wake up, you're having a bad dream." Harry's eyes flew open, glowing green for a split second before returning to normal. The lamp crashed to the floor. "I'm sorry," he gasped, scrambling up. "I didn't mean to break it." "It's fine, buddy." Tony sat on the edge of the bed. "Hotels got hundreds of lamps. Breaking stuff is practically expected." Harry didn't seem convinced. He looked around the luxurious suite with wide eyes, as if just remembering where he was. "Is Uncle Vernon coming to get me?" "No. Not if I have anything to say about it." Tony hesitated, then asked, "Harry, how would you like to come stay with me for a while?" "In America?" The boy's mouth dropped open. "America? Really? Really? I have a tower in New York. Top of the line everything. Labs where we could figure out those cool tricks you can do." Harry's expression fell. "But I'm not allowed to do that. It's not normal. Kid, normal is overrated. Trust me on that." Tony leaned closer. "I fly around in a metal suit shooting repulsor beams from my hands. My best friend turns into a green rage monster when he's angry. I know a guy who's technically a Norse god. Your parlor tricks. They're impressive, but they don't scare me." Harry studied him with those two old eyes. "You promise you won't lock me up if I do weird things?" The question broke something in Tony's chest. "I promise, kid. No locks. No cupboards. Just science and figuring stuff out together." After a long moment, Harry nodded. "Okay, Mr. Stark." "Tony. Mr. Stark was my father, and trust me, we don't want to go there." A small smile, the first Tony had seen, tugged at Harry's lips. "Okay. Tony." 3 months later, Tony stood in his private lab at Stark Tower, watching Harry through a glass partition. The boy sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by various objects, rubber balls, model cars, small robot prototypes Tony had discarded, trying to make them float. "His control is improving," Dr. Stephen Strange commented, standing beside Tony. Finding the man had been a stroke of luck, or possibly fate, as Strange himself might say. The neurosurgeon-turned-sorcerer was one of the few people who hadn't laughed Tony out of the room when he'd mentioned a child who could move objects with his mind. "He still can't do it consistently," Tony said. It happens when he's emotional, scared, angry, excited. But when he tries deliberately, it's hit or miss. Strange nodded. That's typical for untrained magical ability, especially in one so young. Tony still struggled with that word, magical. It felt unscientific, a cop-out explanation. But after 3 months of tests, scans, and experiments, he'd been forced to accept that Harry's abilities defied conventional scientific understanding. So what you're saying is, my kid's a wizard. Strange's lips twitched. That's an oversimplification, but essentially correct. There's an entire hidden society of magic users, Stark. They keep to themselves, have their own government, schools, even sports. And you think Harry's parents were part of this society? I'm almost certain of it. The name Potter carries weight in certain magical circles. Strange hesitated. There are rumors about a boy who survived a magical attack as an infant. A boy with a lightning scar. Tony's eyes narrowed. You're telling me Harry's some kind of magical celebrity? Potentially. I've made inquiries, but the magical community is notoriously secretive, especially with non-magical people like yourself. Muggles, Tony said, recalling the term Harry had used once, though the boy couldn't remember where he'd heard it. Inside the lab, Harry had given up on deliberate levitation and was now building a tower with the objects instead. Tony smiled as he watched. For all his unusual abilities, Harry was still very much a 4-year-old boy in many ways, albeit one with an uncanny knack for understanding mechanical concepts. The adoption had gone through with surprising speed. Money talked, of course, but Tony suspected other forces were at work. Strange had hinted that the magical community might have their own methods of handling such matters, and that someone was likely aware of Harry's change in guardianship. We need to prepare him, Strange said. His powers will grow stronger as he gets older. Without proper training, I'm working on it, Tony interrupted, tapping his tablet. Project Merlin. Been developing some tools to help him focus his abilities. Strange raised an eyebrow. Magic isn't technology, Stark. You can't engineer it. Watch me, Tony replied with a smirk. He called out, hey, Jarvis, pull up the Merlin schematics. Holographic blueprints appeared in the air between them. Strange studied them with growing disbelief. You're building him a wand. With circuitry and, is that vibranium? Just a prototype. Got the vibranium from let's call him a reluctant royal supplier. Chala owed me after I helped upgrade their sonic stabilizers. Strange shook his head. This is unprecedented. Combining Wakandan vibranium with magical channeling properties. The vibranium can absorb and redirect energy. If Harry's magic is a form of energy, which all our readings suggest it is, then theoretically, this should help him focus it, maybe even amplify it. Or it could create an unpredictable reaction that, Tony waved his hand dismissively. That's why we start small. Baby steps. He picked up a sleek metal rod from his workbench. This is version 1. No vibranium yet, just some basic energy-conducting alloys and sensors to measure output. Before Strange could object further, Tony opened the door to the inner lab. Hey, Houdini. Got something for you. Harry looked up, his face brightening. In the months since coming to New York, he'd filled out, his skinny frame becoming healthier, his confidence growing daily. He still had nightmares, still flinched at sudden movements sometimes, but progress was undeniable. What is it? Harry asked, scrambling to his feet. Tony handed him the metal rod. This might help with your floating trick. It's like, training wheels for magic. Harry turned it over in his small hands. It looks like a wand. Tony and Strange exchanged glances. Yeah, kind of like that. How'd you know? Harry shrugged. I dreamed about wands once. And a big castle. Strange looked intrigued but said nothing. Well, give it a try, Tony encouraged. Point it at something you want to move and concentrate, just like we practiced. Harry bit his lip, pointing the rod at a rubber ball. His brow furrowed in concentration, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, the ball twitched and rose shakily into the air. "I'm doing it!" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. "Tony, look! I see it, kid. That's amazing!" As Harry's excitement grew, the ball shot up to the ceiling, bounced off, and ricocheted around the lab. Harry laughed, a pure, joyous sound that still caught Tony off guard whenever he heard it. The sensors in Tony's tablet went wild, recording energy levels far beyond anything they'd measured in Harry's previous attempts. "The wand is acting as a focusing tool," Strange observed. "Channeling and amplifying his natural abilities." Tony nodded, already thinking of improvements for version 2. "Jarvis, make a note, Project Merlin is officially a go. And order pizza to celebrate." "Certainly, sir." "The usual selection." "And add ice cream," Tony called out, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy hair. "Magical breakthroughs deserve ice cream." Harry beamed up at him, the wand still clutched tightly in his hand. For a moment, Tony felt a twinge of doubt, was he doing the right thing, encouraging these abilities? But seeing the joy on Harry's face, the fear replaced by wonder and discovery, he couldn't bring himself to regret it. 6 months into Harry's new life as Harry Stark, the paperwork had been finalized the previous month. Tony faced a new challenge: kindergarten. "He needs to be around other children," Pepper insisted, standing in Tony's penthouse living room. "You can't keep him isolated in the tower forever." "He's not isolated. He has me, you, Happy, Rhodes when he visits adults, Tony. He needs friends his own age." Tony glanced over to where Harry was playing with Dume, the robot attempting to stack blocks only to knock them over repeatedly. Harry found this hilarious, giggling each time the tower collapsed. What if something happens? If he gets upset and his magic goes haywire in front of 30 normal kids? "That's why we've been practicing," Pepper said gently. "The wand helps him control it, right? And he's gotten so much better at managing his emotions." That was true. The prototype wand, now on version 4, with a Vibranium core, had become Harry's favorite tool. He carried it everywhere, using it for everything from simple levitation to changing the colors of objects. Strange had been teaching him basic meditation techniques, and the episodes of accidental magic had decreased significantly. "I found a private school with small class sizes," Pepper continued, sensing Tony's hesitation weakening. "Excellent security, very discreet. They handle children of diplomats, celebrities, billionaire superhero inventors with magically enhanced adopted sons." Pepper smiled. "They've seen weirder, believe it or not." Tony sighed. "Let me talk to him about it." Later that evening, as he tucked Harry into bed, a routine he'd initially found awkward but now cherished, Tony broached the subject. "How would you feel about going to school, kiddo? With other children?" Harry looked up from the engineering picture book they'd been reading. "Like a real school? With desks and everything?" "Yep. Math, science, recess, the works." Harry seemed to consider this carefully. "Would I be allowed to bring my wand?" Tony hesitated. "We might need to keep that our secret for now. Not everyone understands special abilities like yours." "Because they'd be scared?" Harry asked, his perceptiveness sometimes startling Tony. "Some might be. People fear what they don't understand." Harry nodded solemnly. "Uncle Vernon was always scared when I did magic stuff. That's why he got angry." Tony's jaw tightened at the mention of Vernon Dursley. "Well, I'm not scared. And someday, we'll find more people who understand. But for now, it's our secret," Harry finished. He held up his pinky. "Pinky promise." Tony linked his finger with Harry's tiny one, feeling ridiculously emotional at such a simple gesture. "Pinky promise. So, school. Yes or no?" Yes, Harry decided. But only if I can still do lab time after school. Tony laughed. Wouldn't miss it for the world, kid. School went better than Tony had dared hope. Harry was bright, curious, and surprisingly adept at making friends once given the chance. There were occasional incidents, a bully's shoelaces mysteriously tying themselves together, a favorite book that had been left at home somehow appearing in Harry's backpack, but nothing that couldn't be explained away or overlooked. By Harry's 5th birthday, life had settled into a comfortable routine. Mornings meant school for Harry and board meetings or lab work for Tony. Afternoons were reserved for what they called wizard training with Strange when he was available, or wand practice with Tony when he wasn't. Evenings meant dinner together, a rule Pepper had insisted upon, followed by tinkering in the lab, reading, or watching movies. The nightmares had become less frequent, though they hadn't disappeared entirely. Tony had learned to recognize the signs, the slight temperature drop in the room, the trembling of nearby objects, and would wake Harry before the dreams could intensify. It was after one such nightmare that Harry asked the question Tony had been dreading. Tony, do you know anything about my real parents? They were sitting in the kitchen at 3 a.m., Harry nursing a hot chocolate while Tony pretended coffee was a reasonable choice at that hour. Not much, buddy, Tony answered honestly. Their names were Lily and James Potter. They died when you were very young. In a car crash. Tony hesitated. Strange's research had suggested the car crash story was a cover-up, but they had no concrete evidence of what had actually happened. That's what your aunt and uncle told you, right? Harry nodded, tracing the rim of his mug with one finger. Sometimes I dream about a green light and a woman screaming. Do you think that's from the crash? Tony felt his heart constrict. Maybe. Dreams are funny things. Sometimes they're just dreams, and sometimes they're memories all mixed up. I think they had magic too, Harry said quietly. In my dreams, they do spells with wands like mine. That's very possible, Tony agreed, remembering Strange's theories. Dr. Strange thinks there might be whole families of people who can do what you do. Harry's eyes widened. Really? More wizards? Really? And someday, we'll find them and get all your questions answered. I promise. Harry seemed satisfied with this, returning to his hot chocolate. After a moment, he asked, but you're still my dad now, right? Even if we find other wizards. Tony had never explicitly called himself Harry's father, despite the adoption. He'd been Tony from the beginning, cautious about overstepping or rushing the bond between them. But hearing the question now, seeing the vulnerability in those green eyes, there was only one possible answer. Absolutely, kiddo. Nothing changes that. Being your dad is the best gig I've ever had. Harry smiled, chocolate mustache and all. Good. 'Cause I like being your son. As Harry neared his 6th birthday, Project Merlin reached a breakthrough. Tony, with input from Strange and using materials from Wakanda, completed what he called, the real deal, a wand made of vibranium alloy with a core of specialized energy-conducting material. It's balanced to your specific energy signature, Tony explained as they stood in the reinforced testing chamber. The readings from your previous wands helped me calibrate it precisely. Harry, now more articulate and increasingly knowledgeable about both magic and technology, examined the wand with expert eyes. It feels different. Warmer. That's the connection establishing, Strange explained. He'd become a regular presence in Harry's life, a mentor in magical theory while Tony handled the technological aspects. Your magic is recognizing its channel. Ready to test it out? Tony asked, excitement barely contained. Harry nodded, his confidence having grown exponentially since the scared 4-year-old Tony had rescued. He pointed the wand at a series of objects arranged on a table, everything from feathers to steel blocks. Start small, Strange cautioned. Remember the visualization techniques we practiced. Harry took a deep breath, focused on a feather, and whispered, levitate. The feather didn't just float, it shot up with such force that it embedded itself in the ceiling. Harry's mouth fell open. Whoa! Did you see that? Definitely saw that, Tony confirmed, checking his readings. Energy output is, holy crap. Try again, Strange suggested, but with less intent. Like turning down the volume. Harry nodded, pointing at a pencil next. This time, he barely whispered the command, and the pencil rose gracefully to hover at eye level. I'm doing it! Harry exclaimed, his control perfect despite his excitement. Over the next hour, they tested the wand with increasingly complex tasks, not just levitation, but color changes, simple transformations, and even creating tiny sparks of light that danced through the air like fireflies. The potential is remarkable, Strange murmured to Tony as they watched Harry practice. With the Vibranium amplifying and focusing his natural abilities, there's almost no limit to what he might achieve. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Tony asked, voicing the concern that had grown alongside Harry's powers. Strange considered the question. That depends entirely on Harry. Great power comes with great responsibility. Yeah, I've heard that somewhere, Tony finished. But he's just a kid. A kid with extraordinary abilities and a father who flies around in a metal suit saving the world, Strange pointed out. I'd say he has excellent role models for using power responsibly. Tony watched as Harry carefully arranged the steel blocks in a perfect cube, his young face furrowed in concentration. I just want him to have a chance at a normal childhood. Strange laughed softly. Stark, the moment you decided to adopt a wizard and build him a Vibranium wand, normal, went out the window. The first real test of the Vibranium wand came unexpectedly, on a sunny Saturday when Tony had taken Harry to Central Park. It was a rare day off for both of them, no school, no board meetings, no training sessions, just ice cream and people watching on a park bench. And then Emily said frogs are gross, but I told her they're actually really important for the ecosystem, Harry was explaining, ice cream dripping down his cone onto his fingers. Very scientifically accurate, Tony approved, handing him a napkin. Your environmental science teacher would be proud. Harry beamed, then suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on something across the path. Tony, what's that? Tony followed his gaze and felt his blood turn cold. A shimmer in the air, like heat waves on asphalt, was forming into a shape. As they watched, it solidified into a creature unlike anything Tony had seen before, vaguely humanoid but with gray, leathery skin and empty eye sockets that nonetheless seemed to be looking directly at them. Jarvis, suit status. Tony muttered into his watch. 2 minutes to arrival, sir, came the AI's voice. Too long. The creature was moving toward them, and other parkgoers seemed oblivious to its presence. Harry, stay behind me, Tony ordered, standing up. But Harry was already on his feet, the Vibranium wand, which he'd taken to carrying in a specially designed holster on his arm, in his hand. It's a dark spirit, Harry said with strange certainty. Dr. Strange showed me pictures in a book. The creature lunged forward with unexpected speed. Tony shoved Harry aside, prepared to take the hit, when a blinding flash of silver light erupted from Harry's wand. The beam struck the creature dead center, causing it to writhe and shriek, a sound like metal scraping against metal. Harry, run! Tony shouted. No! Harry planted his feet, face set with determination beyond his years. He pointed the wand again, the silver light intensifying. You don't hurt my dad. The creature convulsed as the light enveloped it completely. For a moment, it seemed to struggle against the energy, then imploded with a final screech, leaving nothing behind but a faint smell of ozone. Tony stared at the empty space where the creature had been, then at Harry, who was breathing hard but looked otherwise unfazed. What, how did you know how to do that? Harry lowered the wand, looking slightly confused himself. I don't know. I just knew. Like I remembered it from somewhere. Tony crouched down to Harry's level, checking him for any signs of distress. Are you okay? Do you feel weird? Dizzy? Magically drained? I'm fine, Harry assured him, though he leaned into Tony's embrace. The wand did most of the work. It knew what to do. Tony made a mental note to discuss this with Strange as soon as possible. The wand shouldn't have known anything, it was a tool, not an intelligent device. Unless. Let's go home, kiddo. I think that's enough excitement for one day. As they walked toward where Happy was waiting with the car, Tony couldn't shake the feeling that things were changing, escalating. Harry's casual use of dark spirit, the wand's apparent autonomous function, the creature itself, all pointed to a world Tony was only beginning to understand. Tony? Harry asked as they reached the car. Are there going to be more of those things? Tony hesitated, then went with honesty. I don't know, buddy. But if there are, we'll figure it out together. That's what we do, right? Harry nodded, his small hand clutching the wand tightly. Together. Dr. Elias Crow had been monitoring unusual energy signatures across the eastern seaboard for years. As a former SHIELD scientist specializing in quantum physics and theoretical energy manipulation, he had access to detection equipment more advanced than most government agencies. So when a massive energy spike registered in Central Park, a spike with patterns he'd never seen before, he was immediately intrigued. Fascinating, he murmured, adjusting his glasses as he studied the readings. Not cosmic, not gamma, something else entirely. His laboratory, hidden within an abandoned subway station beneath Manhattan, hummed with the sound of sophisticated equipment. Screens displayed various data streams, all currently focused on the anomalous reading from the park. Crow had been dismissed from SHIELD 3 years earlier for what they called ethical concerns regarding his human enhancement experiments. Short-sighted bureaucrats. They couldn't understand that progress required risk, required pushing boundaries. Since then, he'd been working independently, funded by anonymous benefactors who appreciated his willingness to explore paths others deemed too dangerous. Computer, cross-reference this energy signature with all known metahuman manifestations, he instructed. No match found, the system responded. Closest approximation, the anomalous readings detected in Surrey, England, approximately 18 months ago. Crow straightened. Show me those readings. The screen displayed 2 energy patterns side by side, today's spike and the one from Surrey. While not identical, the fundamental characteristics were undeniably similar. Location of the Surrey reading. Number 4, Privet Drive. Residence of Vernon and Petunia Desley. Crow frowned. The Desleys were entirely ordinary people according to his database search. But then he noticed a footnote in the file. They had been the guardians of one Harry Potter, a child who had been adopted by Tony Stark. Crow breathed, pieces falling into place. Computer, was Stark present at the location of today's energy spike? Facial recognition confirms Tony Stark and a minor identified as Harry Potter Stark were in Central Park at the estimated time of the energy emission. A slow smile spread across Crow's face. Tony Stark, with all his resources and genius, had found something extraordinary, a child with abilities that defied conventional science. And knowing Stark, he wouldn't just observe such abilities, he would enhance them, augment them with technology. Computer, compile all available information on Harry Potter Stark. Media appearances, school records, medical files, anything you can access. As the system worked, Crow paced his laboratory, mind racing with possibilities. If he could understand what made the boy special, replicate it, perhaps combine it with his own enhancement theories. His gaze fell on the prototype sitting in the center of his lab, a neural interface designed to amplify human capabilities. It had shown promise in simulations but lacked a suitable power source. Perhaps he'd just found one. Sir, the computer interrupted his thoughts, there's something else you should see. During the energy spike in Central Park, satellite imagery captured an unusual atmospheric disturbance. Playback is available. Show me. The screen displayed a grainy satellite image of Central Park, zoomed in on a particular area. As Crow watched, a strange distortion appeared, followed by the bright flash of energy, after which the distortion vanished. What was that distortion? He asked, leaning closer. Unknown. No matching phenomena in database. Crow tapped his fingers against his desk, thinking. The boy didn't just emit energy, he responded to something. Something invisible to conventional detection methods. This changed everything. Not just a child with strange abilities, but evidence of, what? Entities? Dimensions? The possibilities were endless. Computer, establish surveillance protocols for Tony Stark and the boy. I want to know every time a similar energy signature appears. Surveillance established. Alert parameters set. Crow sat back, satisfaction warming his chest. After years of searching, he'd finally found something truly revolutionary, a convergence of science and something beyond science. And it was all wrapped up in a small boy with a lightning bolt scar. Harry Potter Stark, he murmured, studying the child's school photograph on his screen. You and I are going to change the world. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore sat alone in his office, a silver instrument whirring softly on his desk. The device, which had been dormant for nearly 2 years, had suddenly sprung to life that afternoon. Most concerning, Dumbledore murmured, stroking his long white beard. Most concerning indeed. The instrument was keyed to Harry Potter's magical signature, designed to alert Dumbledore if the boy ever performed significant magic. It had been silent since the day Harry had mysteriously vanished from his relative's home. Dumbledore had searched, of course. The moment the blood wards at Privet Drive had collapsed, he'd sent Order members to investigate, only to find the Dursleys tight-lipped and frightened, refusing to discuss their nephew except to say he had been taken by a rich American. The magical trace had gone cold. The tracking charms, the monitoring spells, all had failed, as if Harry Potter had simply ceased to exist. Until today. Fawkes, Dumbledore addressed the magnificent phoenix perched nearby, it seems young Harry has not only survived but is beginning to come into his power. The phoenix trilled softly in response. The question remains, who has him? And what do they intend? Dumbledore had his suspicions. The American reference, combined with certain rumors from Makusa about a non-magical inventor taking an interest in magical phenomena, it painted a worrying picture. Rising from his chair, Dumbledore approached a cabinet and withdrew his pensieve. With his wand, he extracted a silvery memory from his temple and deposited it in the stone basin. The swirling memory resolved into an image of Professor Trelawney, her eyes unfocused as she delivered the prophecy that had shaped Harry Potter's destiny before he was even born. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Dumbledore watched the familiar scene play out, his concern deepening. If Harry Potter was indeed developing his magical abilities outside the wizarding world's guidance, under the influence of Muggle technology, the implications were troubling. The prophecy had been specific, Harry Potter would have power the Dark Lord knows not. But what if that power was being altered? Enhanced or corrupted by Muggle intervention? As the memory faded, Dumbledore returned to his desk, decision made. Minerva, he called through the Floo network. Professor McGonagall's face appeared in the green flames. Yes, Albus. I believe it's time we located young Mr. Potter. Prepare for a journey to America. The time for waiting was over. Harry Potter needed to be brought back to the world where he belonged, the world that would soon desperately need him. Chapter 2, Worlds Collide, Increase Power to 30%. 30%? You sure, kiddo? Last time we tried 25, you blew out half the reinforced windows. 11-year-old Harry Stark grinned at his dad, twirling the sleek Vibranium wand between his fingers with practiced ease. I've been practicing the containment field. Trust me. Tony raised an eyebrow but tapped his tablet, adjusting the settings on the training room's power amplifiers. Jarvis, prepare damage control protocols just in case. Already done, sir, the AI responded. Though I calculate a 67% probability that young Master Stark will succeed in his containment attempt. See? Harry said. Jarvis believes in me. Jarvis also thought adding rocket boosters to your skateboard was, within acceptable parameters of risk, Tony reminded him, but he was smiling. Alright, wizard kid. Show me what you've got. The training room, a massive space taking up an entire floor of Stark Tower, had evolved considerably over the 7 years since Harry had come into Tony's life. What had started as a simple reinforced chamber now resembled something between a high-tech gymnasium and a magical laboratory, with adaptive targets, energy sensors, and materials specifically designed to withstand magical impact. Harry took position in the center of the room, his stance confident and relaxed. At 11, he'd grown into a lean, wiry kid with perpetually messy black hair that refused all attempts at styling. His lightning scar remained visible on his forehead, a connection to his past that neither science nor magic had been able to explain. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Harry closed his eyes briefly, then snapped them open. Expulso Maxima. A blast of blue energy erupted from the Vibranium wand, more concentrated and controlled than anything Harry had produced before. Just as the energy reached maximum expansion, Harry flicked his wand in a circular motion. Contenaire. The explosive energy, instead of dissipating outward, formed into a perfect sphere around him, pulsing with barely contained power. Holy shit, Tony breathed, reading spiking across his monitors. Language, Harry teased, mimicking what Tony often said to him, a running joke between them. With careful movements, Harry guided the sphere upward, then compressed it gradually into a brilliant point of light that hovered above his head. And now for the finale, Harry announced, grinning. With a sharp downward motion, he commanded, Disperdir Lusum. The compressed energy dissolved into thousands of tiny motes of light that drifted throughout the room like luminescent snowflakes, gradually fading away. Tony slow clapped. Not bad at all. 30% power and 0 property damage. I think that's a new record. Harry bowed theatrically. Thank you. I've been working on the containment spell with Dr. Strange. He says it's all about visualizing boundaries while channeling the energy. And the Latin? Tony asked, approaching to inspect the wand for any overheating. Harry shrugged. It helps me focus. Strange says traditional wizards use Latin-based spells for everything, but I like making up my own. The words aren't as important as the intent. 7 years of training, experimentation, and refinement had transformed Harry from a scared child with unpredictable abilities into a confident young wizard with remarkable control. The Vibranium wand, now in its 12th iteration, had evolved alongside him, becoming more responsive, more attuned to his specific magical signature. Sir, Jarvis interrupted, Ms. Potts is requesting you both in the penthouse. She says it's important. Tony and Harry exchanged glances. Did you forget to clean your room again? Tony asked. My room is spotless. Harry protested. I even had DUME dust yesterday. Which explains the broken lamp, I'm guessing. It was already cracked, Harry muttered unconvincingly. They made their way to the elevator, Harry tucking his wand into the custom holster attached to his forearm, a design Tony had created after Harry kept leaving the wand in random places throughout the tower. It's not a TV remote, kid, you can't just lose a weapon of mass magical destruction between couch cushions. How was school today? Tony asked as the elevator ascended. Fine. Got an A+ on my physics project. Harry's dual education had become something of a balancing act over the years, traditional subjects at an exclusive private school during the day, magical theory and practice with Strange in the evenings, and technological innovation with Tony whenever they could fit it in. The electromagnetic field generator. Harry nodded. Mrs. Chen said it was remarkably advanced for my age level, which is adult speak for, I think your dad did this for you. Tony snorted. As if you'd let me help. Last time I suggested a modification to one of your projects, you lectured me for 20 minutes about finding my own path. That's because your suggestion involved weaponizing a simple weather detection system. I merely proposed a defensive application, Tony corrected with faux indignation. The elevator doors opened to reveal Pepper standing in the penthouse living room, holding an envelope with a peculiar expression on her face. "What's up, Pep?" Tony asked, immediately sensing something unusual. "This arrived for Harry," she said, handing over the envelope. "By owl." "By what now?" Tony took the envelope, examining it with suspicion. "An actual owl," Pepper clarified. "It flew in through the balcony doors, dropped this on the coffee table, and flew out again." Harry stared at the envelope, something like recognition flickering across his face. "Can I see it?" Tony passed it to him, watching carefully as Harry examined the heavy parchment. The address was written in emerald green ink: Mr. H. Potter Stark, the East Bedroom, Penthouse Level, Stark Tower, New York, New York. "They know which bedroom is mine," Harry said softly. "That's not creepy at all," Tony muttered. Harry turned the envelope over, revealing a wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. "I've seen this before," Harry whispered. "In my dreams." Before Tony could respond, Harry broke the seal and pulled out the letter inside. As he read, his eyes grew wider. "Dear Mr. Potter," he read aloud, "we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Tony and Pepper exchanged concerned glances. "Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment," Harry continued. "Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." A heavy silence filled the room as Harry finished reading. "Jarvis, get Strange over here." "Now," Tony ordered. "Already contacted, sir. Dr. Strange says he will arrive momentarily." As if on cue, a circular portal of golden energy materialized in the middle of the living room. Dr. Strange stepped through, his cloak of levitation billowing dramatically behind him. "I sensed a magical disturbance centered on the tower," Strange said without preamble, then noticed the letter in Harry's hand. "Ah! It's finally happened." "You knew about this?" Tony demanded. Strange approached, examining the letter without touching it. "I suspected it might come. Harry is reaching the age when formal magical education traditionally begins. And you didn't think to mention this magical boarding school in, where exactly is Hogwarts?" Tony asked, peering at the letter. "Scotland," Strange replied. "And I wasn't certain they would find him. The American wizarding community operates differently, and with all the protections around this tower, plus Harry's unique magical signature being partially masked by the Vibranium technology." Harry was still staring at the letter, a strange mix of emotions playing across his face. "It feels right," he said finally. "Like I've been waiting for this my whole life without knowing it." Tony felt his heart sink. For 7 years, Harry had been the center of his world, his kid, his responsibility, his greatest joy. The thought of sending him off to some magical school across the ocean. "We need more information," Pepper said practically, always the voice of reason. "How do we even respond to this?" "They mentioned awaiting an owl." "That's the standard wizarding method of communication," Strange explained. "Though I believe in this case, they'll be sending a representative to discuss matters in person, given Harry's unusual situation." "Define unusual," Tony said, a protective edge creeping into his voice. Strange hesitated. "Harry Potter is something of a legend in the wizarding world. His disappearance 7 years ago caused quite a stir." "A legend? Me?" Harry looked up from the letter, confused. "It's related to your parents' death and your scar," Strange said gently. "It's complicated." "Uncomplicated," Tony demanded. Before Strange could respond, Jarvis's voice interrupted. "Sir, I'm detecting an unauthorized entry attempt at the private elevator. The security systems are malfunctioning." Tony immediately went on alert. "Suit up," Jarvis. Wait, Strange held up a hand. I believe our visitors have arrived. The elevator doors slid open to reveal two people, an elderly man with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and flowing purple robes, and a stern-looking woman in emerald green robes, her hair pulled back in a tight bun. Good evening, the man said pleasantly, as if arriving uninvited at the heavily secured home of Tony Stark was perfectly normal. I apologize for the unannounced visit. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is Professor Minerva McGonagall, our deputy headmistress. Tony moved subtly, positioning himself between the visitors and Harry. And I'm the guy whose security system you just bypassed, which is technically a federal offense. Dad, Harry murmured warningly, stepping up beside Tony. They're wizards. Like me. Dumbledore's eyes, bright blue and somehow twinkling despite the tense atmosphere, fixed on Harry with obvious emotion. Harry Potter. It is wonderful to see you again, though I dare say you wouldn't remember our last meeting. You were but an infant. Harry stared at the old wizard, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I've dreamed about you, he said softly. You were there, after the green light. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. Indeed. I was there the night you were placed with your aunt and uncle. You left him with those people. Tony's voice was dangerously quiet. McGonagall shifted uncomfortably. I expressed concerns about the Dursleys at the time, Albus. Necessary protections were in place, Dumbledore replied calmly. Though I admit, I did not anticipate young Harry being relocated. Relocated? Tony scoffed. I found him being abused by those monsters you left him with. He was locked in a cupboard, for God's sake. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. A most serious accusation. Had I known, but you didn't know, because you dropped a baby on a doorstep and walked away, Tony interrupted, years of simmering anger bubbling to the surface. No follow-ups, no welfare checks, nothing. Perhaps, Strange interjected smoothly, we should all sit down. There is much to discuss, and accusations will not help us move forward. Pepper, ever the diplomat, gestured toward the living area. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Can I offer you anything to drink? The tension in the room eased slightly as everyone moved to sit, Dumbledore and McGonagall on one couch, Tony and Harry on another, with Pepper and Strange taking armchairs. Tea would be lovely, McGonagall said, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced. So, Tony began once Pepper had arranged for refreshments, let's start with the basics. You run a magical school, you want Harry to attend, and you apparently think you have some claim on him because of events that happened when he was a baby. Dumbledore sighed. Mr. Stark, I understand your protective instincts. Harry has clearly thrived under your care, which speaks to your character. But there are aspects to Harry's situation that you cannot possibly understand. Try me, Tony challenged. I've spent 7 years helping Harry develop his abilities. I've built technology specifically designed to work with his magic. I've consulted with Dr. Strange here, who, in case you missed it, is the Sorcerer Supreme of this dimension. Strange coughed. Actually, I prefer Master of the Mystic Arts. Whatever. The point is, I'm not exactly a novice when it comes to the whole magic thing. McGonagall looked intrigued despite herself. You've created technology that works with magic. Muggle devices typically malfunction around powerful magical sources. Muggle? Harry questioned. Non-magical people, Strange explained. We prefer technologically innovative, Tony said dryly. Harry had been quiet, taking in the exchange with thoughtful eyes. Now he spoke up, addressing Dumbledore directly. You knew my parents? Dumbledore's expression softened. Very well. They were exceptional people, brave, talented, kind. Your mother, Lily, was particularly gifted in charms and potions. Your father, James, excelled in transfiguration and was quite the Quidditch player. Quidditch? Harry leaned forward, curious. A wizarding sport played on broomsticks, McGonagall explained with a hint of enthusiasm. Your father was one of Gryffindor's finest chasers. Harry absorbed this information hungrily. Despite all Tony had given him, love, security, opportunities beyond imagination, there had always been a void when it came to his birth parents. Tony had tried, gathering what little information he could, but concrete facts had been scarce. They didn't die in a car crash, did they? Harry asked quietly. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances. No, Harry, they did not, Dumbledore confirmed. They were murdered by a dark wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort. McGonagall flinched at the name. This Voldemort guy tried to kill Harry too, I'm guessing. Tony said, connecting the dots. Hence the legendary status Strange mentioned. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Voldemort killed James and Lily Potter, then attempted to kill Harry. But something extraordinary happened. The killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived, rebounded upon Voldemort when he tried to use it on Harry. Voldemort was defeated, left less than a ghost, and Harry was left with only that scar. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt shape he'd lived with his whole life. That's why they call you the boy who lived, in certain circles, Strange added gently. You're the only person known to have survived that particular curse. The wizarding world has celebrated you as a hero since that night, McGonagall said. Your disappearance caused quite the upheaval. There have been search parties, investigations. Yet somehow, none of these concerned wizards ever checked on him while he was being mistreated by his relatives, Tony pointed out sharply. Dumbledore at least had the grace to look troubled. A grave oversight, for which I take full responsibility. The blood protection, magic based on your mother's sacrifice, required you to call home a place where your mother's blood dwelled. Your Aunt Petunia's residence. Blood protection. Tony's skepticism was evident. Sounds like mystical mumbo-jumbo to justify poor guardianship choices. It was very real, Mr. Stark, Dumbledore insisted. And very powerful. It would have protected Harry from Voldemort and his followers until he came of age. I've been perfectly safe with Tony, Harry said firmly. And happy. Which I definitely wasn't at the Dursleys. A flash of something, pride. Affection, crossed Tony's face. That brings us to the present concern, Dumbledore continued. Harry's magical education. Hogwarts has had Harry's name down since birth. It is where his parents learned magic, where they thrived. It is his birthright. And what exactly does this education entail? Tony asked. Harry's already pretty advanced in practical magic. McGonagall looked skeptical. Without proper training? I find that difficult to believe. Harry exchanged glances with Tony, then held up his hand. The Vibranium wand slid from its holster into his palm with practiced ease. Want to see? Without waiting for an answer, Harry pointed the wand at the coffee table. With a precise movement and whispered word, he transfigured the glass surface into solid gold, then back again. Next, he levitated all the teacups simultaneously, making them dance in a complex pattern before gently returning them to their saucers. McGonagall's eyes widened. That's Newt-level transfiguration and charms work. And wordless for the levitation. Mostly wordless, Harry corrected. I still use trigger words sometimes when I'm trying something new. Helps me focus. And that wand, Dumbledore leaned forward, studying it with intense interest. Most unusual. Not made by Ollivander, certainly. Stark Industries special, Tony said with undisguised pride. Vibranium core with adaptive channeling technology. Calibrated specifically to Harry's magical signature. Vibranium? McGonagall looked confused. Rarest metal on Earth, Tony explained. Has unique energy absorption properties that, as it turns out, work exceptionally well with magical energy. The wand amplifies Harry's natural abilities while providing greater control. Most extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured, though something in his expression suggested concern rather than admiration. May I? He extended his hand, clearly asking to examine the wand. Harry hesitated, looking to Tony, who gave a slight nod. Just be careful with it, Harry said, reluctantly handing over his most prized possession. It's calibrated for me, so it might not work the same for you. Dumbledore held the wand gingerly, turning it over in his long fingers. Fascinating. The integration of Muggle technology and magical channeling is unprecedented. And you say it amplifies Harry's abilities? By about 300% in controlled tests, Tony confirmed. Though the real advantage is precision. Harry can do things with that wand that traditional wizards would find impossible. Or dangerous, Dumbledore added quietly, returning the wand to Harry. Such power, without the foundation of magical theory and tradition. Are you suggesting my kid is dangerous? Tony's voice had an edge. All magic is potentially dangerous, Mr. Stark, Dumbledore replied calmly. That is why proper education is essential. Harry tucked the wand away, then addressed the central issue. What exactly happens at Hogwarts? What would I be learning that I'm not already learning with Dr. Strange and my dad? McGonagall took over, her teacher's instinct evident. Hogwarts offers a comprehensive magical education across multiple disciplines: transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, history of magic, and more in later years. Students live at the castle, sorted into one of 4 houses that become like family. Live there? Tony interjected. As in, boarding school. The term runs from September to June, with breaks for Christmas and Easter, McGonagall confirmed. That's not happening, Tony said flatly. Harry's life is here. His school, his friends, his training. Harry was looking thoughtful, however. Would I learn about my parents there? About what happened to them? Dumbledore nodded. Hogwarts was their home for 7 years, Harry. Many of the professors who teach there now taught them. Their friends' children will be your classmates. And the wizarding world has been waiting for your return, McGonagall added. You have a place there, a heritage. Tony recognized the look on Harry's face, the same expression he wore when puzzling through a particularly challenging engineering problem or magical theory. He was weighing options, considering possibilities. Maybe there's a compromise, Harry suggested finally. What if I attended for a trial period? 1 semester. I could see if it's right for me. Tony felt a surge of contradictory emotions: pride in Harry's mature approach, fear of losing him to this other world, uncertainty about what was truly best for his son. That seems reasonable, Dumbledore agreed, though he looked slightly disappointed that Harry wasn't immediately enthusiastic. Though there are practical matters to consider. The difference in curricula between your current education and Hogwarts, for instance. Harry's academic performance has consistently placed him years ahead of his peers, Pepper interjected. I'm sure he could manage the adjustment. And there's the matter of his wand, McGonagall added. Hogwarts students traditionally use wands crafted by wand makers like Ollivander. I'm not giving up my wand, Harry said firmly. It's part of me. Tony nodded in agreement. The Vibranium wand stays with Harry. Non-negotiable. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. While unusual, I see no specific school rule prohibiting an alternative wand, provided it meets safety standards. Which it exceeds, Tony assured him. We've been testing and refining it for years. There's still the issue of Harry's legal guardianship, Dumbledore noted. In the wizarding world, Harry Potter's guardian of record remains his aunt. Tony's expression hardened. In the real world, I legally adopted Harry 7 years ago. I have the paperwork to prove it. Muggle adoptions are not automatically recognized by wizarding law, McGonagall explained apologetically. Then we'll make it recognized, Tony countered. I have lawyers who would love to explore the jurisdictional boundaries of your secret wizard government. Strange cleared his throat. Perhaps we could avoid an international magical muggle legal incident. I'm sure there's a procedure for recognizing muggle adoptions within the wizarding community. There is, Dumbledore conceded. Though it typically requires the consent of the previous magical guardian. Which would be? Tony prompted. Technically, myself, Dumbledore admitted. After James and Lily's deaths, as they had named me executor of their will, I became Harry's magical guardian. So you left a kid with abusive relatives, never checked on him, and maintained legal control over him without ever exercising any actual guardianship? Tony's voice was deceptively calm. That's a fascinating interpretation of responsibility. Dad, Harry placed a hand on Tony's arm. It's okay. What matters is now. Tony took a deep breath, his anger subsiding at Harry's touch. Fine. So how do we make this official? In both worlds? After some discussion, a plan began to take shape. Harry would attend Hogwarts for the fall semester as a trial period. Tony would be recognized as Harry's legal guardian in the wizarding world through a formal process that Dumbledore, somewhat reluctantly, agreed to facilitate. Harry would be allowed to keep his Vibranium wand, though the school reserved the right to restrict its use if safety concerns arose. There remains the matter of Harry's public return to the wizarding world, Dumbledore said. His reappearance will cause quite a stir. I'm used to media attention, Harry shrugged. Being Tony Stark's son had meant growing up in the spotlight, though Tony had fiercely protected his privacy whenever possible. This will be different, McGonagall warned. You're a symbol to our world, Mr. Potter. The boy who lived returning after all these years, and with such unusual circumstances. We'll manage, Tony said firmly. We always do. As the meeting concluded and arrangements were made for Harry to visit Diagon Alley for his school supplies, Harry pulled Tony aside. Are you okay with this? He asked quietly. Me going to Hogwarts? Tony forced a smile. If it's what you want to explore, kid, I'll support you. Just promise you'll come back for Christmas. And call. And text. Though I guess I'll have to figure out how to make phones work in a magic castle. That sounds like a Stark Industries challenge, Harry grinned. We could call it the W phone. Wizard phone. Terrible name. Marketing would have a fit. Tony ruffled Harry's hair, a gesture that, at 11, Harry usually protested but now allowed. Just, be careful, okay? Strange wizarding world, legendary status, potentially reviving Dark Lord. It's a lot. I learned from the best, Harry said, his green eyes serious. When things get weird and dangerous, think outside the box and never stop fighting. Tony felt his throat tighten. That's my boy. Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station was exactly as McGonagall had described it, bustling with students and parents, owls hooting in cages, the scarlet Hogwarts Express gleaming on the tracks. What she hadn't mentioned was how everyone would stop and stare when Tony Stark and Harry walked through the magical barrier. You'd think they'd never seen a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist before, Tony muttered, adjusting his sunglasses. I think it's the combination of you, me, and the fact that we just emerged from a solid brick wall, Harry pointed out, trying not to laugh at his dad's discomfort. The whispers followed them as they made their way along the platform. Is that Harry Potter? With Tony Stark? The Muggle inventor? What's he wearing on his arm? Some kind of Muggle device? I heard he's been living with Muggles all this time. Harry kept his head high, his Vibranium wand securely holstered on his forearm. After the initial shock of his rediscovery by the wizarding world, the subsequent trip to Diagon Alley had been a whirlwind of wonder and uncomfortable celebrity. The story had broken in their magical newspaper, the Daily Prophet, with a headline that still made Tony scowl, Boy Who Lived Returns, Harry Potter Found Living with Muggle Inventor. The article had been a mixture of facts and wild speculation, questioning everything from Tony's suitability as a guardian to the nature of the mysterious device Harry carried instead of a proper wizard's wand. "Remember the drill," Tony said as they reached an empty compartment on the train. "Weekly video calls using the modified Stark pad. Emergency beacon if anything goes wrong. And if anyone gives you trouble, I know, Dad." Harry rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "Handle it with maturity and restraint, and only hex them a little bit." "That is not what I said," Tony protested, though he was fighting a smile. "The official Stark policy is, don't start fights, but finish them if necessary." Harry's expression sobered. "I'll be fine." "Really?" Tony helped Harry load his trunk onto the train. Unlike the other students with their standard-issue cauldrons and owl cages, Harry's luggage included specially designed equipment cases containing magical technological hybrid tools that he and Tony had developed over the years. "Mr. Stark." A girl with bushy brown hair approached tentatively. "I'm Hermione Granger. I just wanted to say I'm a huge fan of your clean energy initiatives. I wrote a paper on arc reactor technology for my primary school science fair last year." Tony looked momentarily surprised, then pleased. "Nice to meet you, Hermione. You're a witch and a science enthusiast." "I'm Muggle-born," she explained. "I only found out about magic this summer when Professor McGonagall visited my parents. But I've always loved science." Harry watched this exchange with interest. "You're a first year too?" Hermione nodded. "I've read all our textbooks already, of course. And some additional ones for background. It's all so fascinating. Though some of the magical theory seems to directly contradict established scientific principles, which I find troubling. You should see what happens when you apply quantum mechanics to transmutation spells," Harry grinned. "My dad nearly had an aneurysm trying to map the energy conversion. The violation of conservation of mass still keeps me up at night," Tony admitted. The train whistle blew, signaling imminent departure. Tony's expression tightened momentarily. "That's my cue to leave, I guess. Unless you want me to fly alongside the train in the suit." "I could. Very easily." "Dad." Harry shook his head, fighting both embarrassment and a surge of affection. "Fine, fine." Tony pulled Harry into a tight hug. "Knock 'em dead, kid. Show them what a Stark can do." "Potter Stark," Harry corrected with a smile, returning the hug fiercely. "Potter Stark," Tony agreed. Stepping back, he added in a louder voice for the benefit of nearby eavesdroppers, "And remember, if anyone asks, the modifications to the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling are completely unauthorized and I had nothing to do with them." "What modifications?" Hermione asked, looking alarmed. "He's joking," Harry assured her, though with Tony, one could never be entirely certain. As the train began to move, Harry leaned out the window for a final wave. Despite his excitement about Hogwarts, a knot of anxiety tightened in his chest. Since age 4, he'd never been separated from Tony for more than a few days. Now he was heading to another country, another world entirely. "Your father seems brilliant," Hermione commented as they settled into a compartment. "Is it true you've been using technology to enhance your magic? The Daily Prophet article mentioned something about an artificial wand." Harry unconsciously touched the holster on his arm. "It's not artificial. It's advanced. And yes, my dad helped me design it." "Can I see it?" Hermione asked eagerly. After a moment's hesitation, Harry activated the release mechanism. The vibranium wand slid smoothly into his hand, 11 inches of sleek, silvery metal with intricate circuitry visible beneath a transparent section near the handle. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed. "How does it work?" "The vibranium core absorbs and channels magical energy," Harry explained, warming to a subject he loved. "The circuitry helps with focus and control, and the whole thing is calibrated specifically to my magical signature." "But I thought electronics didn't work around magic." "That's what everyone says. My dad took it as a personal challenge to prove them wrong." Their conversation was interrupted as the compartment door slid open. A tall, thin boy with white blonde hair stood in the doorway, flanked by two larger boys. "They're saying Harry Potter's on the train," the blonde boy announced, his eyes immediately fixing on Harry's forehead. "So it's you, is it?" "Harry Potter Stark," Harry corrected automatically, studying the newcomer with cautious interest. "Draco Malfoy," the boy introduced himself, extending a hand. "These are Crabbe and Goyle." Harry shook Malfoy's hand briefly, noting the calculating look in his eyes. "Is it true you've been living with Muggles? Building Muggle devices?" Malfoy asked, his tone suggesting this was somehow shameful. "My dad's Tony Stark," Harry replied evenly. "And he's brilliant. The Muggle devices we've built together can do things most wizards couldn't dream of." Malfoy's expression shifted from curiosity to disdain. "My father says it's a disgrace, the heir of the Potter family being raised without proper wizarding values. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there." Harry felt a flash of irritation. "I think I can figure out the right sort for myself, thanks." Malfoy's pale face flushed pink. "You'll regret that, Potter. Your Muggle father won't help you at Hogwarts." After Malfoy and his cronies departed, Hermione looked troubled. "That was unpleasant. Is there some sort of prejudice against Muggleborns in the wizarding world?" "Apparently," Harry said, frowning. "Professor McGonagall mentioned it might be an issue, but said things have improved since Voldemort's defeat." Hermione gasped at the name. "Sorry," Harry apologized. "I forget people don't say it. Tony, my dad, thought the whole fear of a name thing was ridiculous, so we always used it." "It's fine," Hermione assured him. "It's just, everything I've read suggests he who must not be named was like a magical Hitler. People are still traumatized." The compartment door opened again, this time revealing a round-faced boy who looked close to tears. "Sorry," he said miserably, "but have you seen a toad?" "I've lost mine." "No, sorry," Hermione replied, then brightened. "We could help you look, though." "I might be able to help," Harry offered, raising his vibranium wand. "What's your toad's name?" "Trevor," the boy supplied, looking curiously at Harry's unusual wand. "Accio Trevor the Toad," Harry said clearly, focusing his intent. For a moment, nothing happened. Then they heard a startled croak from several compartments away, followed by the sound of something zooming through the air. The toad flew into their compartment and landed gently in Harry's outstretched hand. "Trevor," the boy exclaimed delightedly. "How did you do that?" "That's a 6th-year spell." Practice," Harry said, handing over the toad. He didn't mention that the vibranium wand made such spells considerably easier than they would be with a standard wand. "I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter Stark. And this is Hermione Granger." Neville's eyes widened. "You're Harry Potter. The Harry Potter? That's going to get old really fast," Harry muttered to Hermione, who stifled a laugh. The Hogwarts castle exceeded even Harry's wildest expectations. As the first years crossed the lake in small boats, the ancient structure loomed above them, windows glowing with warm light against the night sky. Harry, who had grown up surrounded by cutting-edge technology and modern architecture, found himself speechless at the sight of the 1,000-year-old castle. "It's even more impressive than magical architecture through the ages described," Hermione whispered beside him. The boats glided to a halt at an underground harbor, and the students clambered out to follow Hagrid, the enormous, friendly gamekeeper who had met them at the train, up a passageway to the castle's massive oak front doors. Professor McGonagall greeted them in the entrance hall, explaining the sorting ceremony and the house system before leading them into the Great Hall. Harry had read about the enchanted ceiling in Hogwarts, a history. Hermione wasn't the only one who had done extra reading, but seeing it in person, a perfect reflection of the night sky above, was breathtaking. "My dad would love to figure out how that works," Harry murmured, studying the magical engineering with appreciation. The Sorting Hat's song caught him by surprise. A magical, sentient hat that could read minds was something even Tony might find impressive. One by one, students were called forward to try on the hat and be sorted into their houses. When Potter, Harry, was called, McGonagall diplomatically omitting the Stark addition, the hall fell silent, then erupted in whispers. Harry walked forward, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. That's him. Where's his scar? Can you see it? What's that thing on his arm? McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on his head, and a small voice spoke in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? Most unusual, your magic has been shaped, channeled through technology, fascinating. You've already begun to forge your path, haven't you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, unsure how to respond to the hat's observations. You would do well in Slytherin, with that ambition and resourcefulness, the hat continued. But there's loyalty too, and bravery in abundance. Where to put you? Not Slytherin, Harry thought firmly, recalling what he'd learned about the house's reputation. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. I want to forge my own path, Harry thought. Where I can learn but also challenge traditions. Your own path, indeed. Well, in that case, better be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed it to thunderous applause from the Gryffindor table. He made his way over, grinning as he spotted Hermione, who had also been sorted into Gryffindor, saving him a seat. The feast that followed was spectacular, though Harry found himself fielding endless questions about his life with Tony, his vibranium wand, and his absence from the wizarding world. Is it true you live in a tower with robots? Asked a red-headed boy who had introduced himself as Ron Weasley. Well, they're more like AIs with robotic interfaces, Harry explained, but essentially, yes. And that thing on your arm, another student pointed, that's not a regular wand. Harry hesitated, then demonstrated the holster mechanism, allowing the vibranium wand to slide into his palm. A collective gasp went up from nearby students. My dad and I designed it together, he said, trying to downplay its uniqueness. It helps me channel magic more effectively. Can it do the same spells as normal wands? Ron asked skeptically. Better, Harry said with a hint of pride. Watch. He pointed the wand at his empty goblet and whispered a spell. The goblet transformed smoothly into a small mechanical bird that fluttered its wings before reverting to its original form. Blimey, Ron breathed. That's advanced transfiguration. From the high table, Harry noticed several professors watching this demonstration with varying expressions. McGonagall looked impressed despite herself, while Dumbledore appeared thoughtful. A hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair was staring at Harry with an expression that bordered on hostility. Who's that teacher? The one in black. Harry asked Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother. Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants the defense against the dark arts job. He's head of Slytherin House. As if sensing Harry's attention, Snape's gaze intensified. A strange sensation, like a probing at the edge of his mind, made Harry instinctively raise his mental shields, a technique Strange had taught him for magical defense. Snape's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed in what appeared to be suspicion. He doesn't seem to like me much, Harry observed. Snape doesn't like anyone except his Slytherins, Percy replied dismissively. As the feast continued, Harry noticed another unfamiliar face at the staff table, a thin man with close-cropped grey hair and wire-rimmed glasses, deep in conversation with Professor Flitwick. Who's that next to Professor Flitwick? Harry asked. Percy followed his gaze. Oh, that's Dr. Crow. He's new this year, some kind of magical researcher studying the castle's enchantments. Dumbledore mentioned him in the prefect briefing. Supposed to be brilliant but keeps to himself. Harry studied the man curiously. Something about him seemed vaguely familiar, though Harry couldn't place why. He made a mental note to mention it to Tony during their first video call. After the feast, as the Gryffindor first years followed Percy up staircases and through hidden doorways to their dormitory, Harry found himself walking beside Neville. "Thanks again for finding Trevor," Neville said shyly. "My gran would have killed me if I'd lost him the first day." "No problem," Harry replied. "My dad always says technology should solve problems, not create them. Same principle applies to magic, I think." Neville looked thoughtful. "My gran says traditional magic is best. She wasn't happy when I showed interest in muggle plants for hybridization experiments." "You work with plants?" Harry asked, genuinely interested. Neville nodded, warming to the subject. "I have a greenhouse at home. I've been trying to combine magical and non-magical plant properties for better healing applications." "That sounds brilliant," Harry said. "My dad would say that's exactly the kind of innovation magic needs." Neville beamed, looking more confident than he had all day. Later, as Harry unpacked in the dormitory he shared with Ron, Neville, and two other Gryffindor boys, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, he placed a modified Stark pad on his bedside table. The device, specially shielded against magical interference, would allow him to maintain contact with Tony. "What's that?" Ron asked, eyeing the sleek tablet suspiciously. "Communication device," Harry explained. "My dad modified it to work around magic. Kind of like your wizard photos, but it lets us talk to each other in real time." "Cool," Dean said, looking impressed. As a Muggle-born, he understood technology better than Ron or Seamus. "My dad would love something like that." Harry hesitated, then smiled. "Maybe someday. Stark Industries is always looking for ways to bridge different worlds." That night, as he lay in his four-poster bed listening to his dorm-mates breathing, Harry felt a strange mix of excitement and homesickness. Hogwarts was amazing, filled with magic and history and potential friends. But it wasn't home, not yet, anyway. He activated the Stark pad quietly, sending a brief text message to Tony, "Made it to Gryffindor. Castle is amazing. Missing you already." The response came almost instantly, "Proud of you, kid. Tower feels empty without explosions and floating objects. Call tomorrow." Harry smiled, typing back, "Definitely. Good night, Dad." Setting the tablet aside, Harry closed his eyes, ready to dream of magic and technology, and the endless possibilities that came from combining the two. Dr. Elias Crow stood at the window of his quarters in the East Tower, gazing out at the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts. The castle hummed with ancient magic, magic that had, until recently, been merely theoretical to him. Infiltrating Hogwarts had been surprisingly simple. His background as a former SHIELD scientist specializing in energy research, combined with carefully constructed false credentials in magical theory, had been enough to convince Dumbledore to grant him a research position. The old wizard was remarkably open to cross-disciplinary approaches, a progressive attitude Crow hadn't expected from the traditional magical community. Of course, his stated research, a comprehensive analysis of Hogwarts' foundational enchantments, was merely a cover. His true purpose was much more specific, and had just walked through Hogwarts' front doors wearing a Vibranium wand on his arm. Harry Potter Stark. The culmination of two worlds, ancient magic and cutting-edge technology. The perfect subject for Crow's real work. A soft chime from his desk interrupted his thoughts. The modified sensor he'd placed in the Great Hall had completed its initial scan of Harry's wand during the boys' impromptu demonstration. Crow moved to examine the results, a smile spreading across his face as data filled his screen. The Vibranium construction was even more sophisticated than he'd anticipated. Stark had outdone himself, creating a magical technological hybrid that defied conventional limitations of both fields. "Remarkable," Crow murmured, studying the energy readings. "The Vibranium doesn't just channel the boy's natural magic, it amplifies it, focuses it, makes it almost unstoppable. Such power in the hands of a child was wasted potential. In the right hands, his hands, it could revolutionize human capability. The neural interface he'd been developing for years could be perfected with this technology, creating enhanced humans who could manipulate energy in ways previously thought impossible. But first, he needed more data. Direct readings of the wand in action, preferably during high-output magical activities. And eventually, he would need the wand itself, or at least enough access to reverse engineer its core principles. Crow opened a secure communication channel on his modified tablet, similar enough to magical communication methods to avoid suspicion, but advanced enough to bypass the castle's magical interference. Phase 1 complete, he typed. Subject has arrived with the device. Initial scans promising. Proceeding to Phase 2, data collection. The response came moments later, timeline for acquisition. Crow considered his options. Rushing would be risky. The boy was constantly surrounded by students and staff, and Dumbledore's watchful eye seemed to miss nothing within his castle. 3 months minimum for comprehensive data. Acquisition thereafter, once security patterns are established. Proceed with caution. Stark will not relinquish the boy or his technology without a fight. Crow smiled coldly. Stark is in New York. By the time he realizes what's happening, it will be too late. Closing the communication channel, Crow returned to his window, watching as lights in the castle gradually dimmed. Soon, most of Hogwarts would be asleep, allowing him to begin installing his specialized monitoring equipment in key locations, the Gryffindor common room, classrooms where the boy would demonstrate magic, even the Quidditch pitch, should Potter Stark follow in his father's footsteps. The Vibranium wand technology would be his. And with it, Crow would achieve what even Stark hadn't fully grasped, the perfect fusion of humanity, technology, and magic. Harry's first week at Hogwarts was a whirlwind of new experiences, challenges, and occasional cultural clashes. While he quickly demonstrated exceptional practical abilities in charms and transfiguration, the theoretical underpinnings of magical education sometimes contradicted everything Tony and Strange had taught him. But Professor, why can't we analyze the energy conversion ratio during transfiguration? Harry asked during their first lesson, after successfully turning his match into a needle on the first try. If we measured the mass energy differential, Professor McGonagall had given him a look that was equal parts impressed and exasperated. Mr. Potter, while your practical skills are commendable, magical theory has been established for centuries. Some things simply are. That's what they said about quantum mechanics before my dad's team proved the Selvig Banner theory, Harry had replied, earning confused looks from his classmates and a sigh from McGonagall. By Friday morning, Harry had become something of an enigma to both students and teachers, exceptionally talented yet constantly questioning established magical principles, comfortable with his celebrity yet clearly formed by his Muggle upbringing. Double potions with the Slytherins today, Ron groaned at breakfast. Snape supposed to favor them, we'll finally see if it's true. Can't be worse than History of Magic, Harry replied, absently manipulating his spoon with the Vibranium wand, making it stir his porridge without touching it. I tried to record Professor Binns using my Stark pad, but he literally put the device to sleep. You're lucky it still works at all, Hermione commented, looking up from her potions textbook. Most Muggle electronics wouldn't last 5 minutes in here. Harry grinned. Dad would consider it a personal insult if his tech couldn't handle a little magical interference. As they headed down to the dungeons for potions, Harry noticed Dr. Crow walking in the same direction, a leather satchel clutched in one hand. Dr. Crow, Harry greeted him politely. Are you observing potions today? Crow seemed startled to be addressed directly but quickly recovered. Ah, Mr. Potter Stark. Yes, part of my research involves monitoring different types of magic throughout the castle. Potion making creates unique energy signatures. My dad would be interested in that research, Harry said. He's been mapping magical energy patterns since I was little. Something flickered in Crow's eyes, interest, perhaps, or calculation. Your father's work is, most innovative. Particularly your wand. A remarkable achievement of integration. Thanks. It took a lot of trial and error. I imagine so. Tell me, does the Vibranium core require specialized calibration for different spell types? The question seemed oddly specific, making Harry slightly uneasy. It automatically calibrates based on my intent and the spell's energy requirements, he answered vaguely, remembering Tony's warnings about proprietary technology. Fascinating, Crow murmured. Perhaps sometime you might allow me to observe it more closely. Purely for academic research, of course. Before Harry could respond, Snape arrived, ushering the students into the classroom with a sweep of his black robes. Crow nodded politely and continued down the corridor to a side chamber where, Harry presumed, he could monitor the class without interrupting. Potions proved to be every bit as challenging as Ron had predicted, though for reasons Harry hadn't anticipated. Snape began the class with roll call, pausing dramatically at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his eyes cold and empty. After a brief, intimidating introduction to the subject, Snape suddenly barked, "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry, thanks to Strange's extensive magical education, actually knew this one. "A sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death, sir." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Lucky guess. Where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat," Harry replied promptly. "It's an antidote to most poisons." "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite." Snape's expression darkened. Well. Fame clearly isn't everything, but having access to advanced preparation apparently counts for something. Let's see if your practical skills match your textbook memorization." The class proceeded to brew a simple potion to cure boils. Harry partnered with Ron, carefully guiding him through the process. Harry's experience with precise measurements and chemical reactions in Tony's lab gave him an advantage, and their potion was progressing well until, "Potter." Snape snapped, looming over their cauldron. "What is that you're using?" Harry looked down at the small digital scale he'd placed beside his cauldron, a specialized tool from his equipment case, designed for precise measurements. "It's a digital scale, sir. For accurate measurements. We use standard brass scales in this classroom, not Muggle contraptions," Snape said coldly. 5 points from Gryffindor for unauthorized equipment. "But sir, it's more accurate," Harry protested. "The recipe calls for precisely 1.5 grams of dried nettles, and the brass scales only measure to the nearest half gram." "Another 5 points for arguing," Snape countered. "Potions have been brewed successfully for centuries without Muggle interference, Potter. Your father's influence is not welcome in my classroom." Harry felt his temper rising but managed to contain it. "Yes, sir," he said stiffly, putting away the digital scale. As Snape moved away, Harry caught sight of Dr. Crow watching from the doorway of the side chamber, his expression one of intense interest. After class, as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon, Ron was fuming. "That was completely unfair. Your scale thing was brilliant. Snape's just prejudiced against anything Muggle." "It's not just that," Harry said quietly. "I think he has something against me personally." "He seemed very interested in your wand during the welcoming feast," Hermione observed. "Perhaps he's threatened by the combination of magic and technology." Harry nodded, glancing back to see Dr. Crow emerging from the dungeons, making notes in a small book. "I'm not the only one interested in that combination." That afternoon, Harry made his way to the 7th floor, seeking a quiet place for his scheduled video call with Tony. He'd discovered a rarely used classroom that seemed to have minimal magical interference, perfect for maintaining a stable connection. Setting up the start pad against a stack of books, Harry activated the secure communication protocol Tony had designed. After a moment, Tony's face appeared on the screen, the lab at Stark Tower visible in the background. "Hey, kiddo. How's Hogwarts treating my favorite wizard?" Tony's voice was casual, but Harry could see the concern in his eyes. "It's amazing, Dad. The castle, the classes, even the ghosts are cool. You'd lose your mind trying to figure out how some of this stuff works." Challenge accepted. "Any progress on mapping the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall?" Harry grinned. "Not yet. Professor Flitwick nearly had a heart attack when I asked about its magical engineering." "Their loss. How are the other kids treating you? Any problems with the whole boy who lived business?" "It's weird," Harry admitted. "Half the students stare at me like I'm some kind of magical rock star, and the other half think I'm corrupting magic with technology. A Slytherin third year actually called my wand an abomination against magical tradition yesterday." Tony snorted. "Sounds like someone needs to update their operating system. Speaking of which, how's the wand performing in the high magic environment?" "Perfectly," Harry assured him. "No overheating, no power fluctuations, even when I'm doing complicated spells. The calibration adjustments you made before I left are working great." "Good, good." Tony seemed relieved. "And the classes? Learning anything we didn't already cover?" "The theory is different," Harry explained. "They don't really analyze the why or how of magic, just the what. It's all memorization and tradition. But there's still a lot to learn, especially in herbology and potions." "Speaking of potions, how's old Snape treating you?" Tony had been less than impressed with Harry's description of the potions master after their first encounter. Harry grimaced. "About as well as you'd expect. He confiscated my digital scale and took points for Muggle contraptions in his classroom." "Sounds like a fun guy." Tony's sarcasm was evident. "Any other teachers giving you trouble about the tech?" "Not really. Professor Flitwick, he teaches charms, actually asked for a demonstration of the wand's capabilities. And McGonagall seems impressed, even if she won't admit it openly." Tony nodded, then his expression turned more serious. "Any sign of trouble? Anything that feels off?" Harry hesitated, considering whether to mention Dr. Crow's interest in his wand. "There's this researcher, Dr. Crow, studying the castle's enchantments. He seems really interested in the Vibranium wand, keeps asking questions about how it works." Tony's brow furrowed. "Crow. Name doesn't ring a bell from the magical contacts Strange gave us. He's new this year. Thin guy, gray hair, wire-rimmed glasses. Something about him seems familiar, but I can't place it." "I'll have Jarvis run a background check," Tony promised. "In the meantime, standard protocol, be polite but vague about proprietary technology," Harry finished. "I know, Dad." They chatted for a while longer about Harry's new friends. Tony was particularly amused by Ron's fascination with Muggle contraptions, the upcoming flying lessons, which Harry was eagerly anticipating, and Tony's latest projects, a new Iron Man suit with magic-resistant shielding, just in case. As they were about to sign off, Tony's expression softened. "You know I'm proud of you, right? Navigating a whole new world, standing your ground, being yourself." Harry felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. "I learned from the best." "Damn right you did," Tony grinned. "Call again Tuesday. Same time. Wouldn't miss it." As the connection ended, Harry sat back, smiling. Despite the occasional friction between his tech-enhanced approach and traditional wizarding methods, Hogwarts was beginning to feel like a place where he belonged. Different from home, certainly, but exciting in its possibilities. He was packing up the Stark pad when a flicker of movement in the doorway caught his attention. Harry turned quickly, wand sliding automatically into his hand, but the corridor outside appeared empty. "Hello?" he called, stepping toward the door. No response. After a moment, Harry shrugged it off as castle ghosts or his imagination, secured his equipment, and headed back to Gryffindor Tower. He failed to notice the slight shimmer of a disillusionment charm fading into the shadows further down the hall, or the quiet footsteps retreating in the opposite direction. Flying lessons were scheduled for Thursday afternoon, and Harry could barely contain his excitement. While Tony had never let him test the prototype magical broomstick they'd been developing, citing reasonable concerns about an 8-year-old zooming around Manhattan at high speeds, Harry had always been fascinated by the concept of flight without mechanical assistance. "It's different from your dad's suit," Ron explained as they headed down to the training grounds. "No repulsors or thrusters, just you and the broom and magic." "Sounds amazing," Harry grinned. Hermione looked considerably less enthusiastic. "I've read Flying Through the Ages 3 times, and I'm still not convinced it's safe. The stabilization charms depend entirely on the quality of the broomstick. That's why good brooms are so expensive," Ron said. "My brothers have a Clean Sweep 5, not top of the line, but reliable. These school brooms are ancient, though." When they arrived at the designated field, the Slytherin first-years were already there, standing near 2 neat rows of old broomsticks lying on the ground. "Here comes the half-blood tech wizard," Malfoy drawled as Harry approached. "Think your fancy muggle wand will help you fly, Potter?" "It's Potter Stark," Harry corrected calmly, "and I'm pretty sure flying is about skill, not gadgets." Their flying instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived before Malfoy could retort. With hawk-like yellow eyes and short gray hair, she had a no-nonsense demeanor that immediately commanded attention. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry glanced down at the broom beside him. It was old, with some twigs sticking out at odd angles. Mentally, he began calculating how the asymmetrical arrangement might affect aerodynamics and stability. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Madame Hooch instructed, "and say, 'up.'" "Up," everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand immediately, one of the few that did. Hermione's simply rolled over, and Neville's didn't move at all. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end and walked up and down the rows correcting grips. "Mr. Potter Stark," she said, pausing at Harry, "excellent form, but what is that on your wrist?" Harry realized he'd automatically activated his wand holster's safety mechanism, a habit before attempting any new magical activity. "It's my wand holster, ma'am. Safety precaution." She raised an eyebrow. "You won't need your wand for flying. Please secure it properly." Harry complied, though the Stark Tech safety protocols Tony had drilled into him made him uncomfortable attempting flight without emergency measures in place. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," Madame Hooch continued. "Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous and jumpy, pushed off before the whistle touched Madame Hooch's lips. His broom rose rapidly, his pale face looking down in horror as the ground fell away beneath him. "Come back, boy!" Madame Hooch shouted, but Neville was rising straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom and, wham, Neville was falling through the air, and without thinking, Harry's hand flicked, the Vibranium wand sliding into his palm with practiced ease. "Arresto momentum!" Harry shouted, pointing at the plummeting boy. Neville's descent slowed dramatically, as if he were suddenly falling through thick syrup rather than air. He touched down gently on the grass, wide-eyed but unharmed. A moment of stunned silence followed, then, "Mr. Potter Stark." Madame Hooch hurried over, looking both impressed and concerned. That spell is, I'm sorry," Harry said quickly. "I know you said no wands, but Neville was falling, and it was instinct, and, 20 points to Gryffindor for quick thinking," she interrupted, surprising everyone. "Though in the future, please follow instructions regarding equipment." Relief flooded through Harry as Madame Hooch checked Neville for injuries, none, thanks to Harry's spell, and sent him to the hospital wing anyway as a precaution. Everyone keep your feet firmly on the ground while I take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing, she instructed. If I see a single broom in the air, the rider will be out of Hogwarts before they can say, Quidditch. As soon as she was out of earshot, Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy Parkinson, a hard-faced Slytherin girl. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look. Malfoy darted forward and snatched something from the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's grandmother sent him. The remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. Give that here, Malfoy, Harry said quietly, stepping forward. Everyone fell silent, watching the confrontation. Malfoy smiled nastily. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, how about up a tree? Give it here. Harry yelled, but Malfoy had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. Harry grabbed his broom, mind racing through risk calculations. Tony's voice echoed in his head, sometimes you gotta risk it all, kid, but make sure the risk is calculated. The potential consequences of breaking rules weighed against helping a friend in need, no contest. No, shouted Hermione. Madam Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all into trouble. Harry ignored her, mounting the broom and kicking hard against the ground. Air rushed through his hair as the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, not so different from the controlled levitation he'd practiced with Tony. The old broomstick responded to his slightest touch, more intuitive than he'd expected. He pulled his broomstick up a little to take it even higher and heard screams and gasps from the ground. Turning his broom sharply, he faced Malfoy in midair. The other boy looked stunned. Give it here, Harry called, or I'll knock you off that broom. Oh, yeah. Malfoy tried to sneer, but looked worried. Harry leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly, shooting toward Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy only just got out of the way in time. Harry made a sharp about-face and held the broom steady. No Crabbe and Goyle up here to save your neck, Malfoy, Harry called. The same thought seemed to have struck Malfoy. Catch it if you can, then, he shouted, throwing the glass ball high into the air before streaking back toward the ground. Harry's mind switched to analytical mode, calculating the remembrall's trajectory. He leaned forward, pointing his broom handle down, and next moment was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball. Wind whistled in his ears, mingled with screams from the watching students. He stretched out his hand, a foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, toppling gently onto the grass with the remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter Stark. His heart sank. Professor McGonagall was running toward them. He got to his feet, trembling. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was almost speechless with shock, her glasses flashing furiously. How dare you, might have broken your neck, it wasn't his fault, Professor, be quiet, Miss Patil, but Malfoy, that's enough, Mr. Weasley. Potter Stark, follow me, now. Harry caught sight of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's triumphant faces as he left, walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode toward the castle. He was going to be expelled, he just knew it. McGonagall didn't even let him explain. What would Tony say? How disappointed would he be? Harry imagined the video call, "Hey Dad, guess what? I got kicked out after 2 weeks." To Harry's surprise, McGonagall didn't lead him to Dumbledore's office, or even her own. Instead, she stopped outside a classroom, poked her head inside, and asked, "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, could I borrow Wood for a moment?" Wood turned out to be a burly fifth-year boy who emerged from Flitwick's class looking confused. "Follow me, you two," said Professor McGonagall, and they marched up the corridor, Wood looking curiously at Harry. "In here." She pointed them into an empty classroom. "Potter Stark, this is Oliver Wood." "Wood, I've found you a seeker." Wood's expression changed from puzzlement to delight. "Are you serious, Professor?" "Absolutely," said Professor McGonagall crisply. The boy's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broomstick, Potter Stark? Harry nodded silently, not having a clue what was going on. He wasn't being expelled. He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive, Professor McGonagall told Wood. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it. Not a scratch on him. I couldn't believe it when I saw. Wood was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. Ever seen a game of Quidditch, Potter Stark? He asked excitedly. Wood's captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Professor McGonagall explained. He's just the build for a seeker, too, said Wood, walking around Harry and staring at him. Light, speedy, we'll need to get him a decent broom, Professor, a Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7, I'd say. I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks. Professor McGonagall peered sternly over her glasses at Harry. I want to hear you're training hard, Potter Stark, or I may change my mind about punishing you. Then she suddenly smiled. Your father would have been proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself. You're joking. It was dinner time, and Harry had just finished telling Ron and Hermione what had happened after he'd left the grounds with Professor McGonagall. Ron had a piece of steak and kidney pie halfway to his mouth, but he'd forgotten all about it. Seeker, he said. But first years never, you must be the youngest house player in a century, said Harry, shoveling pie into his mouth. He felt particularly hungry after the excitement of the afternoon. Wood told me. Ron was so amazed, so impressed, he just sat and gaped at Harry. I start training next week, said Harry. Only don't tell anyone, Wood wants to keep it a secret. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, came into the hall, spotted Harry, and hurried over. Well done, said George in a low voice. Wood told us. We're on the team too, beaters. I tell you, we're going to win that Quidditch Cup for sure this year, said Fred. We haven't won since Charlie left, but this year's team is going to be brilliant. You must be good, Harry, Wood was practically skipping when he told us. Anyway, we've got to go, Lee Jordan reckons he's found a new secret passageway out of the school. Bet it's that one behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy that we found in our first week. See you. They had hardly disappeared when Malfoy turned up, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Having a last meal, Potter? When are you getting the train back to the Muggles? You're a lot braver now you're back on the ground and you've got your little friends with you, said Harry coolly. I'd take you on any time on my own, said Malfoy. Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands only, no contact. Harry considered the challenge. In a controlled test of magical skill, his Vibranium wand would give him a significant advantage, but he had no desire to get into further trouble. Why would I bother? Harry asked, turning away dismissively. I've got nothing to prove to you, Malfoy. The Slytherin boy's face flushed with anger. Scared, Potter? Or do you need your Muggle daddy to fight your battles for you? Harry felt a flash of anger but kept his composure. My dad taught me that not every challenge is worth accepting. But if you're that desperate for a demonstration. He flicked his wrist, the Vibranium wand sliding into his hand, and with a subtle movement, transformed Malfoy's prefect badge, which he'd been polishing ostentatiously, into a small, squeaking ferret. As Malfoy yelped in surprise, Harry reversed the spell. Happy now? Or would you like to see what else I can do with my Muggle-corrupted magic? Malfoy's pale face contorted with anger, but before he could respond, Professor Snape appeared behind him. Is there a problem here? He asked silkily. No, Professor, Harry replied calmly. Malfoy was just leaving. With a final glare, Malfoy stalked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. That was brilliant. Ron exclaimed once Snape had moved on. Where did you learn to transfigure like that? We haven't even covered live transformations in class yet. Doctor Strange taught me the basics, Harry explained, tucking his wand away. And the Vibranium wand makes complex spells easier to control. Hermione, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. You shouldn't antagonize Malfoy, Harry. His father has connections at the Ministry. I wasn't antagonizing him, Harry protested. I was refusing his challenge while giving him what he wanted, a demonstration that I don't need to prove myself in some midnight duel. Hermione didn't look entirely convinced but dropped the subject. As they were finishing dinner, a school owl swooped down, dropping a note beside Harry's plate. The parchment was sealed with the Hogwarts crest, but the handwriting wasn't one Harry recognized. Breaking the seal, he read, Mr. Potter Stark, I would be most grateful if you would join me in my research laboratory tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. I believe your unique perspective on magical technological integration could provide valuable insights for my work on Hogwarts enchantments. The laboratory is located on the 3rd floor, East Wing, behind the tapestry of Bridget Wenlock. Respectfully, Dr. Elias Crow, Magical Engineering Research Fellow. Harry showed the note to Ron and Hermione, his brow furrowed. Why would he want my input? I've barely been here 2 weeks. Because you're the only student with a tech-enhanced wand, Hermione pointed out. It makes sense he'd be interested in your perspective. Are you going to go? Ron asked. Harry hesitated. I probably should. It might be interesting to see what kind of research he's doing. I'd go with you, Hermione offered, but I have an astronomy practical tomorrow night. I'll be fine, Harry assured her, tucking the note away. I'll just make sure to keep Dad's proprietary technology warnings in mind. The next evening, after informing Percy Weasley where he was going, to avoid any misconceptions about breaking curfew, Harry made his way to the 3rd floor. The tapestry of Bridget Wenlock, a witch famous for her work in magical numerology, concealed a door that opened at Harry's knock. Dr. Crow's laboratory was a fascinating blend of traditional magical workspace and something more reminiscent of Tony's lab at Stark Tower. Glass containers and magical instruments shared space with what appeared to be modified electronic equipment. At the center stood a large stone pedestal engraved with runes, connected to several monitoring devices. Ah, Mr. Potter Stark. Right on time. Dr. Crow emerged from behind a bookcase, setting down a large tome. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Thanks for having me, Dr. Crow, Harry replied politely. Your lab is impressive. A work in progress, Crow smiled, gesturing around the room. Integrating modern monitoring techniques with the study of ancient magic presents certain challenges. Which is why I was particularly interested in speaking with you. Because of my wand? Precisely. Your father's achievement in creating a functional technological magical hybrid is revolutionary. It represents exactly the kind of innovation my research seeks to understand. Harry moved further into the laboratory, examining the equipment with genuine interest. What exactly are you studying here? The fundamental nature of Hogwarts enchantments, Crow explained, moving to the central pedestal. This castle contains some of the most complex and enduring magical constructions in the world, spells that have maintained their integrity for 1,000 years without degradation. Understanding how they function could revolutionize magical engineering. Like the moving staircases and the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall? Harry asked. Among others, yes. Crow activated one of his monitoring devices, causing a 3-dimensional model of the castle to appear above the pedestal. I've been mapping the magical energy flows throughout Hogwarts. See these lines here? They represent major enchantment pathways. Harry studied the model with growing interest. The visualized energy flows reminded him of the diagrams he and Tony had created when analyzing his own magic. It's similar to how my dad mapped my magical signature, Harry observed. These connection points look like energy convergence nodes. Crow looked genuinely surprised. That's a remarkably astute observation. Yes, the castle's magic appears to flow through specific channels, converging at power nodes. Most of the permanent enchantments are anchored at these points. For the next hour, Crow showed Harry various aspects of his research, explaining his theories about magical energy sustainability and adaptation. Harry found himself increasingly engaged, offering insights based on his own experiences with magically enhanced technology. "This is why I invited you," Crow said, looking pleased. "Your perspective bridges worlds in a way few wizards, or muggles, could understand. My dad always says the best innovations happen at the intersection of different fields," Harry replied. "A wise man, your father." Crow hesitated, then added, "Though I imagine many in the wizarding world disapprove of your unconventional approach." Harry shrugged. "Some do. Professor Snape confiscated my digital scale and potions, and there are students who think combining magic and technology is somehow corrupting magical tradition. Wizards can be notoriously resistant to change," Crow agreed. "Though some of us recognize the potential in such integration." He cleared his throat. "Speaking of which, I wonder if you might indulge my scientific curiosity. A small demonstration of your wand's capabilities?" Harry hesitated, remembering Tony's warnings about protecting proprietary technology. "What kind of demonstration?" "Nothing elaborate. Perhaps a simple energy channeling exercise? I've set up sensors around the room that could measure the unique properties of your magic when filtered through Vibranium." It seemed like a reasonable request. After all, Harry performed magic with the wand every day in classes, where anyone could observe. A controlled demonstration might satisfy Crow's curiosity without revealing any of the wand's proprietary design elements. "I suppose a small demonstration wouldn't hurt," Harry decided, activating the wand holster. The Vibranium wand slid smoothly into his palm. "What did you have in mind?" Crow gestured to a set of crystal orbs arranged on a nearby table. "Perhaps you could channel a sustained illumination spell into these focusing crystals. They're designed to amplify and display magical energy patterns." Harry took position before the crystals, holding his wand steady. "Lumos maxima continuum," he intoned, focusing his intent on creating a sustained, powerful light. The tip of the Vibranium wand glowed with intense white light, which Harry directed into the nearest crystal. The effect was stunning. The light refracted through the crystal array, creating a dazzling display of energy patterns throughout the room. The crystals seemed to amplify the spell far beyond its normal parameters, filling the laboratory with pulsing, dancing light. "Extraordinary," Crow breathed, his monitoring devices working furiously to record data. "The efficiency of the energy conversion is unprecedented." Harry maintained the spell for about 30 seconds before gradually reducing power. "That's enough, I think," he said, noting that the crystals seemed to be vibrating with absorbed energy. Too late, he realized something was wrong. The crystals weren't merely reflecting his spell, they were somehow drawing power directly from the wand, creating a feedback loop that was rapidly intensifying. "Dr. Crow, I can't break the connection," Harry said with growing alarm, trying to pull his wand away from the crystal array. Crow's expression shifted from fascination to concern. "It appears the amplification matrix is resonating with your wand's Vibranium core. Most unexpected." The crystals began to glow with an unstable energy, the light pulsing erratically. Harry felt the Vibranium wand growing hot in his hand as it tried to regulate the power surge. "Help me shut it down," Harry urged, struggling to control the escalating energy. "Yes, of course." Crow moved toward a control panel, but instead of deactivating the crystals, he adjusted something that seemed to increase the power draw. "Fascinating reaction. The energy signature is even more powerful than I anticipated." With dawning horror, Harry realized this wasn't an accident. "You planned this," he accused, still fighting to break the connection. "You're trying to force my wand to overload." Crow's expression hardened. "Not overload, reveal. Your father's technology is too valuable to remain proprietary, Mr. Potterstark. Think of the advancements we could make if such knowledge were shared." The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The crystal array was now pulsing with dangerously unstable energy, and several of Crow's monitoring devices were beginning to short out. Harry knew he had only moments before the feedback loop might permanently damage his wand, or worse. In a split-second decision, Harry focused all his concentration on the center crystal. Instead of fighting the connection, he abruptly pushed a massive surge of raw power through his wand, deliberately overloading the crystal's capacity. "Finite Disrupto!" he shouted, creating a spell on the spot that combined a cancellation charm with a controlled disruption pulse. The center crystal shattered with a high-pitched whine, breaking the feedback loop. Energy discharged throughout the laboratory, knocking both Harry and Crow backward and shutting down all the monitoring equipment. Harry scrambled to his feet, wand at the ready, but Crow was already moving, drawing his own wand with surprising speed. "That was extremely reckless, Mr. Potter Stark," Crow said, his voice cold. "My research was unauthorized," came a sharp voice from the doorway. Professor McGonagall stood there, her expression thunderous. Behind her was Professor Flitwick, looking equally disturbed. "Dr. Crow, what is the meaning of this?" The magical discharge was detected throughout the castle. Crow smoothly transitioned to a professional demeanor. "A simple experiment that encountered unexpected complications, Professor. Mr. Potter Stark's unique wand created an unusual reaction with my measurement crystals." "It wasn't an accident," Harry countered, his wand still raised defensively. "He deliberately created a feedback loop to try to force information about my wand's design." "A serious accusation," McGonagall said sharply, looking between them. "And entirely unfounded," Crow replied calmly. "I invited Mr. Potter Stark to demonstrate his wand's capabilities for purely academic purposes. The resonance effect was unexpected, a result of the unconventional materials in his wand." Flitwick moved to examine the shattered crystals and damaged equipment. "These are not standard magical measurement tools," he observed, his squeaky voice unusually stern. "These appear to be designed specifically for deep energy extraction." Crow's expression flickered momentarily. "Advanced research requires advanced tools, Professor." McGonagall turned to Harry. "Are you injured, Mr. Potter Stark?" Harry shook his head, running a quick diagnostic on his wand. To his relief, the Vibranium had absorbed most of the energy surge without damage to the core systems. "I'm fine, Professor. But my wand nearly overloaded." "I believe," McGonagall said firmly, "that this matter requires the headmaster's attention. Dr. Crow, Mr. Potter Stark, please come with me." As they left the laboratory, Harry noticed Crow slipping something into his pocket, a small data crystal that had apparently been recording the entire incident. Before he could mention it, they were being escorted to Dumbledore's office. In Dumbledore's circular office, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters, Harry recounted what had happened. Crow maintained his position that the incident had been an unforeseen accident, though Flitwick's examination of the crystal fragments suggested otherwise. "The configuration indicates a deliberate harmonic resonance setup," the tiny charms professor explained. "Designed to draw out and analyze magical energy signatures at their fundamental level. A research technique employed in various magical engineering contexts," Crow countered smoothly. "Perhaps ambitious for a school environment, but hardly nefarious." Dumbledore had remained largely silent, his blue eyes moving thoughtfully between Harry and Crow. Now he spoke, his voice gentle but firm. "Dr. Crow, while Hogwarts encourages academic research, the safety of our students must remain paramount. An experiment involving a student should have been conducted with proper supervision and safeguards." "Of course, Headmaster. A lapse in judgment I deeply regret." Harry could hardly believe Crow's composure, the man was lying effortlessly to Dumbledore's face. "There's more to it," Harry insisted. "When the crystals started overloading, he adjusted the equipment to increase the power draw, not reduce it. He said my father's technology was too valuable to remain proprietary." Crow smiled thinly. The emotional interpretation of an 11-year-old boy in a stressful situation. "I merely attempted to stabilize the unexpected resonance." Perhaps, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, it would be prudent to contact Mr. Stark about this incident. As the creator of Harry's wand, he may have insights into the technical aspects of what occurred. Harry immediately perked up. Yes, please. My dad should definitely know about this. Crow's smile faltered slightly. Surely that's unnecessary for what was essentially a minor laboratory accident. On the contrary, McGonagall interjected. Mr. Stark has entrusted his son to our care. A malfunction involving technology he created warrants his attention. I can call him right now, Harry offered, pulling out his Stark pad from his robe pocket. He's probably still up working in the lab. Very well, Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, perhaps you could escort Dr. Crow back to his laboratory to secure the remaining equipment while I speak with Mr. Stark. Though Crow protested mildly, he had little choice but to comply. As he left with the professors, he gave Harry a look that sent a chill down the boy's spine, a mixture of frustration and calculated patience that suggested this wasn't over. Once they were alone, Dumbledore turned to Harry. Now, before we contact your father, I would appreciate your honest assessment of what happened tonight. Harry hesitated, then decided complete honesty was warranted. Dr. Crow invited me to his lab specifically to study my wand. The questions he asked, the equipment he had set up, it was all focused on analyzing the Vibranium core technology. When the crystals created that feedback loop, he seemed pleased, not concerned. I think he was trying to force my wand to reveal how it works. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I feared as much. Dr. Crow's credentials were impeccable, recommendations from respected magical researchers, published works on magical engineering, but perhaps too perfect. Your father's integration of technology and magic represents a significant advancement, one that many would seek to understand. You think he came to Hogwarts just to get at my wand? The idea was both frightening and oddly flattering. The technology he and Tony had created was valuable enough for such elaborate schemes. It seems increasingly likely, Dumbledore agreed. Let us contact Mr. Stark. This situation may be more serious than it initially appeared. Tony's face appeared on the Stark pad within moments, his expression shifting from casual to concerned as soon as he saw Dumbledore beside Harry. What happened? He demanded without preamble. Is Harry okay? I'm fine, Dad, Harry assured him quickly. But there was an incident with my wand. As Harry explained what had happened in Crow's laboratory, Tony's expression darkened progressively. Dumbledore occasionally interjected with clarifying questions, but largely allowed Harry to tell the story in his own words. This Crow guy deliberately tried to force an overload. Tony's voice was dangerously calm. To reverse engineer proprietary Stark tech. That is our growing suspicion, Dumbledore confirmed. Though he maintains it was merely an experiment gone awry. I need to see the data from your wand's internal diagnostics, Tony said to Harry. Run the full spectrum analysis protocol we practiced. Harry nodded, placing his Vibranium wand on a flat surface and tapping a specific sequence on the handle. A holographic display projected from the transparent section, showing various energy readings and system diagnostics. Dumbledore watched with undisguised fascination as Tony guided Harry through the analysis remotely. There, Tony pointed to a specific reading. That energy signature doesn't match any known magical pattern in our database. It's artificial, designed specifically to interact with Vibranium's unique properties. His expression hardened. This was a targeted attack, not an accident. Most concerning, Dumbledore murmured. I shall have Dr. Crow's credentials investigated more thoroughly. Do that, Tony agreed grimly. And in the meantime, Harry stays away from him. No more private demonstrations, no more lab visits. Agreed, Dumbledore nodded. I shall ensure professors are aware that Mr. Potter Stark is not to be alone with Dr. Crow under any circumstances. I want to know everything you find about this guy, Tony added. Jarvis is running a background check as we speak, but he might not show up in conventional databases if he's primarily operated in magical circles. Harry looked between them, feeling simultaneously worried and reassured. Do you think he'll try again? Tony's expression softened slightly. People who go to these lengths rarely give up after one failure, kiddo. But we're on to him now, which means he's lost the element of surprise. He turned to Dumbledore. I'm seriously considering pulling Harry out of Hogwarts if you can't guarantee his safety. Dad, no, Harry protested. I want to stay. I can handle this. Your safety is my highest priority, Mr. Stark, Dumbledore assured him. With this new information, we will take appropriate precautions. Dr. Crow's movements within the castle will be restricted, and Harry will receive additional protection. Tony didn't look entirely convinced but nodded reluctantly. Harry, I want daily check-ins, not just weekly. And at the first sign of anything suspicious, anything at all, you activate the emergency protocol. No heroics. I promise, Harry agreed solemnly. After finalizing security arrangements with Dumbledore, Tony asked for a moment alone with Harry. Dumbledore tactfully moved to the other side of his office, examining one of his silver instruments. You did good, kiddo, Tony said quietly. Quick thinking with that disruption spell. Classic Stark innovation under pressure. Harry smiled, relief washing over him. I was scared the wand might be permanently damaged. The Vibranium can handle more than that, Tony assured him. But I'm more concerned about you. Are you sure you want to stay there with this Crow character lurking around? Harry considered the question seriously. I do. I'm learning so much, Dad. Not just magic, but about my parents, about this whole world I'm connected to. I can't give that up because of one creepy researcher. Tony sighed, but there was pride in his eyes. You're too much like me sometimes, you know that. Stubborn as hell. He ran a hand through his hair. Fine. But we're upgrading security protocols. I'm sending you some additional equipment, specially designed defensive measures that will integrate with your wand. Like what? Harry asked, curiosity piqued. Let's just say Crow won't be the only one with surprises up his sleeve. Tony's expression turned serious again. I love you, kid. Be careful. Love you too, Dad. I will be. After ending the call, Harry rejoined Dumbledore, who was looking pensive. Your father cares deeply for you, the old wizard observed. A formidable man, in his own way. The best, Harry agreed simply. I owe you both an apology, Dumbledore continued, surprising Harry. I failed to properly vet Dr. Crow, putting you at risk. And perhaps I have been too resistant to the innovation your father represents. You mean the Vibranium wand? Among other things. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Change is difficult for those of us who have lived long within established traditions. But perhaps there is wisdom in building bridges between different approaches to magic. Harry thought about this as he was escorted back to Gryffindor Tower by Professor McGonagall. The incident with Crow had been frightening, but it had also confirmed something Harry had sensed since arriving at Hogwarts. He stood at a unique crossroads between worlds, with the potential to bring them together in new and powerful ways. That night, as his dormmates slept peacefully around him, Harry lay awake, his Vibranium wand clutched protectively in his hand. Whatever Crow's true agenda, whatever challenges lay ahead, Harry was determined to face them on his own terms, not just as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or as Harry Stark, son of a genius inventor, but as both together, forging his own unique path between magic and technology. Chapter 3, Unstoppable Force. The Christmas break at Stark Tower had been exactly what Harry needed. After the tension-filled final weeks of his first semester, with Dr. Crow under restricted access but still lurking in the castle and students buzzing about both the boy who lived and his Vibranium wand, being home felt like stepping into a warm bath. Pass the soldering iron, would you? Tony asked, not looking up from the delicate circuit board spread before him. Harry slid it across the workbench. Is this gonna work with the enchantments I put on the core module yesterday? Should. The vibranium micromesh I added creates a buffer zone where the magical energy can safely interact with the circuitry without frying it. Tony glanced up, a proud smirk on his face. Your containment spell was pretty genius, by the way. Learn from the best, Harry grinned, adjusting his safety goggles. They'd spent most of the break upgrading Harry's security systems, enhancing the vibranium wand with additional defensive capabilities, creating a more powerful encrypted communication link for the Stark pad, and developing what Tony called magical countermeasures for various potential threats. What do you think Crow really wants? Harry asked, carefully etching runes into a small vibranium disc. The question had been nagging at him for weeks. Tony's hands stilled briefly. Best guess. He's after the vibranium magic interface technology. Jarvis found some interesting connections. Former SHIELD scientist, specialized in energy manipulation, disappeared after some ethically questionable research proposals were rejected. Former SHIELD. Like Uncle Rhodey's friends? Yeah, but not the friendly kind. Tony adjusted a microscopic component. The kind who think the ends justify the means. The kind who target an 11-year-old kid to get what they want. Harry absorbed this, focusing on his work to mask his unease. He's still at Hogwarts, you know. Dumbledore couldn't fire him without concrete proof of what happened in the lab. Which is why we're making sure you go back better protected than Fort Knox. Tony sat back, examining their creation. Speaking of which, this little beauty is almost ready for testing. The Little Beauty was an enhanced security module for Harry's wand, a secondary power management system that would prevent anyone but Harry from accessing its full capabilities while providing an emergency beacon that could penetrate even Hogwarts' formidable magical barriers. Okay, integration test in 3, 2, 1. Harry touched the vibranium disc to his wand's handle. The two components merged seamlessly, a soft blue glow pulsing briefly before settling into the wand's design as if it had always been there. Perfect. Tony crowed. Jarvis, diagnostic scan. Security module successfully integrated, Jarvis reported. Magical barrier intact, biometric locks engaged, emergency protocol standing by. Harry twirled the wand experimentally. It felt slightly heavier, but more balanced somehow. It feels stronger. That's because it is, Tony confirmed. The new module doesn't just protect against tampering, it actually enhances the energy efficiency by about 28%. Harry pointed the wand at a test target across the lab, a specially designed dummy that measured magical impact. Stupefy. The red beam that shot from the wand was noticeably more focused than before, hitting the target with such force that it flew backwards and slammed into the reinforced wall. Whoa! Harry exclaimed. Tony's eyes widened slightly. Okay, maybe a 35% increase. Remind me to recalibrate the safety limiters before you go back to school. Don't want you accidentally blasting a hole in Hogwarts' historic walls. Harry lowered the wand, suddenly sobered. Dad! What if Crow tries something more direct next time? Dumbledore's watching him, but that's why we've spent 2 weeks building an arsenal of magical technological countermeasures. Tony squeezed his shoulder. Plus, you've got your emergency beacon, the enhanced Stark pad, and that new shield charm we developed. Not to mention your own considerable talent for getting out of tight spots. Harry nodded, though the knot of anxiety in his stomach didn't fully dissipate. I just wish you could come with me. About that. Tony's expression shifted to what Harry recognized as his "I did something potentially controversial" face. I might have convinced Dumbledore to let me visit for a few days in February. Something about evaluating the magical education environment and parental involvement in cross-cultural student experiences. Harry's face lit up. Seriously? You're coming to Hogwarts? Unless you'd find having your old man around totally embarrassing, Tony shrugged, failing to hide his smile. Are you kidding? It's going to be amazing. Harry's mind raced with possibilities. Wait till you see the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall, and the moving staircases, and the, "Whoa, slow down there," tour guide, Tony laughed. One magical architectural marvel at a time. Harry couldn't contain his excitement. Having Tony at Hogwarts, seeing his two worlds come together, was something he'd daydreamed about but never thought possible. The traditional wizards are going to lose their minds, Harry grinned. Tony's eyes sparkled with mischief. That, kiddo, is just a bonus. Returning to Hogwarts after Christmas felt different. Harry was more confident, more prepared, but also more watchful. The Great Hall buzzed with activity as students caught up after the break, but Harry couldn't help scanning the staff table immediately upon entering. Crow was there, sitting at the far end, seemingly engaged in polite conversation with Professor Sprout. He didn't look Harry's way, but Harry felt certain the man was aware of his arrival. "Everything okay?" Hermione asked as they took their seats at the Gryffindor table. "Yeah, just checking who's back," Harry replied casually. Ron leaned in. "Did you get our owls over break?" "Dad was fascinated by that picture you sent of your dad's lab." "Got them all," Harry confirmed. "And Dad thought your dad's questions about magical plugs were hilarious. He's actually working on an adapter that might let wizarding households use some basic electronics." Hermione's eyes widened. "That would revolutionize how Muggle-born families integrate into wizarding society. My parents still struggle with not having telephones or television." "That's the idea," Harry said. "Breaking down barriers, one tech upgrade at a time." "Speaking of upgrades," Ron nodded toward Harry's wand holster, "did you make any changes to your, Harry hesitated, then nodded slightly. After the incident with Crow, he'd told Ron and Hermione the basics of what had happened, swearing them to secrecy. A few security enhancements. Nothing major. It wasn't entirely true, the modifications were significant, but Harry had learned to be cautious about revealing too much, even to friends. As the term got underway, Harry found himself under increased scrutiny from all directions. Professor McGonagall kept a closer eye on him during Transfiguration, often lingering near his desk when they practiced new spells. Professor Flitwick seemed to have developed a fascination with Harry's wand work, asking detailed questions about his technique. Even Snape, while still generally unpleasant, watched Harry with a new intensity during potions. And then there were the other students. Harry's appointment as the Gryffindor Seeker had already made him something of a celebrity, especially after winning his first match against Slytherin with a spectacular catch, but the rumors about the incident with Crow had elevated his status to near-mythic proportions. "Is it true you fought off a dark wizard in the castle before Christmas?" a wide-eyed first-year Hufflepuff asked Harry in the library one afternoon. "What?" "No," Harry said, bemused. "Where did you hear that?" "Everyone's talking about it," the boy insisted. "They say you dueled a wizard who was trying to steal your special wand, and you blasted him through a wall." Harry sighed. "That's not remotely what happened." But denials only seemed to fuel more elaborate theories. By the third week of term, Harry had supposedly battled everything from rogue professors to ancient magical artifacts to Voldemort himself in various conflicting accounts. "You should just embrace it," Fred Weasley advised during Quidditch practice. "Next week they'll be saying you transform into a dragon during the full moon. Or that your wand is actually Merlin's lost staff in disguise," George added with a wink. Harry rolled his eyes, but couldn't help laughing. "As long as it doesn't interfere with practice. Wood's already working us hard enough." Indeed, Oliver Wood had intensified their training schedule, determined to win the Quidditch Cup. Harry didn't mind. Flying was the one activity that completely cleared his mind of worries about Crow, schoolwork, and the constant attention. There was something purely magical about soaring through the air on a broomstick, no technology, no vibranium wand, just Harry and the elements. Tony had sent him a top-of-the-line Nimbus 2000 after his first match, consider it a "congratulations for not dying in your first semester" present, and the broom's responsiveness made flying even more exhilarating. One evening after a particularly grueling practice, Harry was heading back to Gryffindor Tower alone, having stayed behind to help Wood put away the equipment. Taking a shortcut through a rarely used corridor, he became aware of footsteps behind him. Without turning around, Harry casually shifted his arm, allowing the vibranium wand to slide silently into his palm. "Mr. Potter Stark," came Dr. Crow's voice. "A moment, if you would." Harry turned slowly, wand held casually at his side but ready. "Professor Dumbledore said I'm not supposed to be alone with you." Crow smiled thinly, maintaining a careful distance. "I merely wish to offer an apology for the unfortunate incident before Christmas. A serious miscalculation on my part." "A miscalculation," Harry repeated flatly. "Is that what you call deliberately trying to overload my wand? Your perspective is understandable, given your age and the frightening nature of the event." Crow's tone was condescending. "Scientific research often involves risks. Perhaps I failed to adequately explain the parameters of the experiment." "I think you explained your intentions pretty clearly when you said my dad's technology was too valuable to remain proprietary," Harry countered. Something cold flashed in Crow's eyes before his pleasant mask returned. "A regrettable choice of words in the heat of the moment. I merely meant that such innovation could benefit the entire magical community, not just one privileged child." Harry felt anger rising but kept his expression neutral, remembering Tony's advice: when someone wants something from you, let them talk. They'll usually reveal more than they intend. "What exactly do you want, Dr. Crow?" Harry asked directly. Crow studied him for a moment. "Collaboration, Mr. Potter Stark. Your father's technological genius combined with traditional magical knowledge could create wonders beyond imagination. I had hoped to demonstrate that potential through my research. By trying to force my wand to overload. A misguided approach," Crow conceded smoothly. "But the principle remains sound. Think of what could be achieved if your father shared his vibranium wand technology more broadly." "That's not my decision to make," Harry said carefully. "And anyway, the wand is calibrated specifically for me. It wouldn't work the same for someone else." Interest flickered across Crow's face. "Is that so? Yet the underlying principles could surely be adapted. Perhaps when your father visits next month, I might have the opportunity to discuss the possibilities directly with him." Harry tensed. How did Crow know about Tony's planned visit? That information hadn't been widely shared. "I should get back to my dormitory," Harry said, taking a step backward. "It's getting close to curfew." "Of course." Crow made no move to stop him. "Think about what I've said, Mr. Potter Stark. Great advancements require cooperation, not isolation. Your father built his reputation on innovation that changed the world, surely he wouldn't want his greatest creation kept hidden away." Harry didn't respond, backing away until he reached the end of the corridor before turning and walking quickly toward Gryffindor Tower. Only when he was safely through the portrait hole did he allow himself to breathe normally again. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Ron commented as Harry collapsed into an armchair by the fire. "And not the friendly Hogwarts kind." "Crow," Harry said quietly, ensuring no one else was in earshot. "He approached me in the east corridor." Hermione looked up sharply from her homework. "But Dumbledore said, I know. And that's not the worst part." Harry leaned closer. "He knows about my dad's visit next month. That information was supposed to be confidential." Ron's freckled face scrunched in confusion. How would he know that? Either someone told him, or... Harry hesitated. "Or he's intercepting communications," Hermione finished, her expression grave. "But that should be impossible with the enchantments around Hogwarts. Unless he's found a way around them," Harry mused. "He's been researching the castle's magical infrastructure for months. What if that wasn't just a cover?" The implications were troubling. If Crow could bypass Hogwarts communications security, what else might he access? Harry resolved to send a warning to Tony, not through the Stark pad, which might be compromised, but through a more traditional method. The next morning, Harry sent an owl with a carefully coded message that would appear to be ordinary student correspondence to anyone intercepting it. Only Tony would understand the real warning about Crow's knowledge and possible surveillance capabilities. As January turned to February, Harry maintained heightened vigilance. He varied his routes between classes, avoided being alone in isolated parts of the castle, and kept his friends informed of his movements. The Vibranium wand never left his side, its enhanced security features providing some comfort. Meanwhile, preparations for Tony's visit became a source of both excitement and tension among the Hogwarts staff. Professor McGonagall could be seen reviewing and revising tour plans with uncharacteristic nervousness, while Professor Flitwick enthusiastically proposed various magical demonstrations. Snape, predictably, seemed to regard the upcoming visit with thinly veiled contempt. "I don't understand why we must accommodate a Muggle's curiosity about matters that don't concern him," Harry overheard Snape saying to McGonagall after Transfiguration one day. "Mr. Stark is not merely a Muggle, Severus," McGonagall replied crisply. "He is the legal guardian of one of our students and has demonstrated remarkable insight into magical technological integration. Dumbledore believes this visit could be valuable for all parties." Snape made a dismissive noise. Valuable or disruptive? The man has no respect for magical tradition or authority. Perhaps some traditions benefit from being questioned, McGonagall countered, surprising Harry. "In any case, the arrangements are finalized. Mr. Stark arrives on Friday." Harry couldn't help smiling at the exchange. McGonagall, despite her strict adherence to rules, had shown increasing respect for the innovations Harry brought to his magical education. She had even borrowed his digital scale during a particularly precise transfiguration demonstration, admitting grudgingly that the accuracy was marginally useful. On the evening before Tony's arrival, Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office for what the headmaster called a brief preparatory discussion. "Ah, Harry, thank you for coming," Dumbledore greeted him warmly, gesturing to a comfortable chair across from his desk. "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir," Harry declined politely. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled. "I wanted to speak with you about your father's impending visit. An unprecedented event, having a Muggle of Mr. Stark's prominence within Hogwarts. He's really looking forward to it," Harry said. "Especially seeing the enchanted ceiling and the moving staircases. Yes, I imagine such magical engineering would fascinate him." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "There is, however, the matter of certain sensitivities within the wizarding community regarding Muggle involvement in magical affairs." Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. "You're worried some people won't like a Muggle having access to Hogwarts, especially one who's creating magical technological hybrids." Succinctly put, Dumbledore acknowledged. "While I have authorized this visit and believe in building bridges between our worlds, I must ask for discretion regarding some of Hogwarts' more esoteric secrets." "You mean you don't want my dad reverse engineering the castle's enchantments and mass-producing them for the Muggle world?" Harry clarified, a hint of amusement in his voice. Dumbledore's lips twitched. "Something along those lines, yes. Though I suspect Mr. Stark's interests lie more in understanding principles than replication." "Dad respects boundaries," Harry assured him. "He just likes figuring out how things work. And he's really good at keeping secrets, he had to be, with the whole Iron Man thing." "Indeed." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "There is another matter I wish to discuss. Dr. Crow." Harry tensed involuntarily. "What about him?" "He has requested a meeting with your father during the visit, ostensibly to discuss magical research methodologies and potential collaboration." "That's not going to happen," Harry said firmly. "After what he tried to do with my wand. Dad would sooner punch him in the face than collaborate with him." A colorful but understandable sentiment, Dumbledore acknowledged. "I have declined his request, citing Mr. Stark's full schedule. However, I believe Dr. Crow may be persistent in his attempts to engage your father." "He's definitely planning something," Harry agreed. "He approached me a few weeks ago, talking about collaboration and how Dad's technology shouldn't remain hidden away." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "You didn't mention this encounter." I didn't have proof he did anything wrong, Harry explained. He was careful to stay in public areas, and he didn't directly threaten me. But he knew about Dad's visit before it was publicly announced. Most concerning. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I have been watching Dr. Crow closely since the laboratory incident. His credentials, while impressive on paper, have proven difficult to verify in depth. Several of his supposed academic associates claim limited acquaintance with him. Have you thought about, firing him? Harry suggested. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Academic appointments at Hogwarts are governed by complex magical contracts. Without evidence of direct malfeasance, removing him could create complications. However, his access to sensitive areas has been restricted, and his research is now subject to regular review. But he's still here, Harry pointed out. Sometimes, Harry, it is better to keep potential threats where one can observe them, rather than forcing them to operate from the shadows. Dumbledore's eyes held a calculating look that reminded Harry this seemingly gentle old wizard was considered one of the most powerful magical practitioners alive. You're using him to find out who he's working with, Harry realized. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Let us say I am interested in understanding the full scope of Dr. Crow's associations and motivations. The conversation gave Harry much to think about as he returned to Gryffindor Tower. Dumbledore was playing a longer game than he'd realized, using Crow's presence to gather intelligence rather than simply removing a threat. It was the kind of strategic thinking Tony would appreciate. Speaking of Tony, Harry needed to prepare for his arrival tomorrow. He'd already warned his friends about potential embarrassing dad behavior, though secretly, he couldn't wait to show Tony around the castle and introduce him to everyone. For the first time since the incident with Crow, Harry felt a surge of uncomplicated excitement. Whatever tensions existed between the wizarding and Muggle worlds, whatever schemes Crow might be planning, tomorrow, Harry's two worlds would finally collide in person. Tony Stark's arrival at Hogwarts caused exactly the stir Harry had anticipated. Standing beside Professor McGonagall at the entrance to the Great Hall, Harry watched as the sleek Stark Industries helicopter, specially modified to function near magical fields, descended onto the grounds, sending students rushing to windows for a better view. I thought he was arriving by the traditional Ministry escort, McGonagall said faintly, watching the helicopter with a mixture of disapproval and fascination. Dad doesn't do traditional, Harry replied, unable to suppress his grin. The helicopter's door opened, and Tony emerged, wearing a perfectly tailored suit and his signature sunglasses despite the overcast Scottish weather. He surveyed the castle appreciatively before spotting Harry and breaking into a wide smile. "There's my wizard kid," he called, striding forward and pulling Harry into a hug. "Miss me?" "Maybe a little," Harry admitted, returning the embrace before stepping back. "Dad, this is Professor McGonagall, my head of house and transfiguration teacher." Tony extended his hand. "Professor. Harry's told me all about you. Apparently, you can turn into a cat, which is both awesome and slightly terrifying." McGonagall's lips thinned, but Harry detected a hint of amusement in her eyes as she shook Tony's hand. "Mr. Stark. Welcome to Hogwarts. I trust your journey was comfortable." "Nothing like flying yourself to avoid travel hassles," Tony replied cheerfully. "Love what you've done with the place. Very medieval chic. The force field around the perimeter has a fascinating energy signature, by the way." "Those would be the ancient protective enchantments," McGonagall explained, looking slightly alarmed. "Which are supposed to prevent Muggles from even seeing the castle, let alone landing aircraft on the grounds." Tony waved dismissively. "Yeah, I noticed that. Had to make some adjustments to the helicopter's navigation system. Don't worry, I didn't break anything important, just found a workaround for the perception filters." McGonagall looked to Harry, who shrugged helplessly. "He does this kind of thing all the time." "Indeed." McGonagall gathered herself. "Well, the headmaster is expecting you. If you'll follow me." As they entered the castle, Tony took everything in with undisguised fascination, the moving portraits, interactive visual interfaces with remarkably sophisticated AI, the floating candles, localized anti-gravity field or pure levitation enchantment, and especially the moving staircases, the engineering principles alone would revolutionize urban architecture. Students stopped to stare as they passed, whispering excitedly. Tony, accustomed to attention, waved casually at the onlookers. Is that really Iron Man? Why isn't he wearing the suit? How can a muggle be at Hogwarts? Your fan club seems confused, Tony commented to Harry as they climbed the stairs toward Dumbledore's office. Most wizards don't know much about the muggle world, Harry explained. They've heard of Iron Man, but they don't really understand what it means. Their loss, Tony said with a theatrical sigh. I brought Mark 7 in the chopper, by the way. Thought it might come in handy for a demonstration later. Harry's eyes widened. You brought the suit. Dad, that's completely unauthorized, McGonagall interjected, looking scandalized. Mr. Stark, bringing Muggle technology onto Hogwarts grounds requires prior approval from the Ministry of Magic. Does it? Ha! Must have missed that form. Anyway, it's not just Muggle technology, it's got Vibranium components specifically designed to interface with magical energy. Consider it an educational tool. Tony smiled his most charming smile, which McGonagall met with a stern gaze. We'll discuss this with the headmaster, she said firmly. Dumbledore, however, seemed more amused than concerned when they reached his office and Tony explained about the suit. A most innovative approach to bridging our worlds, Mr. Stark, the old wizard said, eyes twinkling. I would be most interested in observing this Iron Man technology in action. Finally, someone who appreciates genius, Tony grinned, shooting a triumphant look at McGonagall, who merely pursed her lips. After introductory pleasantries, Dumbledore outlined the schedule for Tony's 3-day visit, a tour of the castle, observation of several classes, meetings with key faculty members, and attendance at a Quidditch match where Harry would be playing Seeker. I've also arranged for you to have quarters adjacent to Gryffindor Tower, Dumbledore added. While we cannot bend the rules regarding Muggle parents staying in student dormitories, this will allow you reasonable access to Harry during your stay. Appreciate that, Tony nodded. And what about this Crow character? Harry mentioned he's still lurking around. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. Dr. Crow remains on staff, though under restrictions. I have explicitly denied his request to meet with you, but I must caution you to be vigilant. Always am, Tony replied, his casual demeanor dropping momentarily to reveal something harder beneath. If he approaches Harry or me, I won't be as diplomatic as you've been. I understand your concern, Dumbledore said carefully. But I would ask that you refrain from any confrontational actions while at Hogwarts. There are diplomatic considerations regarding Muggle-wizard relations. Tony looked like he wanted to argue but glanced at Harry and conceded. Fine. I'll play nice. But if he tries anything, then appropriate measures will be taken, Dumbledore assured him. Now, perhaps Harry would like to show you around the castle before dinner. I believe there's a particular ceiling he's been eager for you to see. The Great Hall's enchanted ceiling did not disappoint. Tony stood in the center of the massive room, head tilted back, analyzing the magical marvel with open admiration. The depth perception is perfect, he mused. And it responds to real-time atmospheric conditions while maintaining consistent illumination levels below. The energy requirements alone should be massive, yet it's been running for centuries. It's tied into the castle's magical core, Harry explained, repeating what he'd learned from his own research. Professor Flitwick says it's a complex matrix of weather sensing, illusion, and light manipulation charms all working together. Sustainable, self-regulating, and beautiful, Tony shook his head in amazement. Your magical engineers were ahead of their time, kid. Mr. Stark, a tentative voice interrupted. They turned to find Hermione standing nearby, with Ron hovering awkwardly behind her. I'm Hermione Granger. This is Ron Weasley. We're friends of Harry's. The science enthusiast and the wizard chess champion, Tony said, recognizing them from Harry's descriptions. "Harry's told me all about you too." Hermione beamed. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. Your work on clean energy is revolutionary. I've read all about the arc reactor technology. Call me Tony. Sir, makes me look around for my father." He shook her hand, then Ron's. "So you're the ones keeping my kid out of trouble?" Ron snorted. "More like trying and failing. Trouble finds Harry even when he's not looking for it." "Wonder where he gets that from," Tony said wryly. As dinner approached, the great hall began filling with students, many openly staring and whispering about Tony's presence. The staff table had been rearranged to accommodate him between Dumbledore and McGonagall, though Harry noted with relief that Crow was seated at the opposite end, beside Professor Sprout. "I should go," Harry said reluctantly. "Students have to sit at their house tables." "Go ahead. I'll try not to embarrass you too much," Tony promised with a wink. Harry rejoined his friends at the Gryffindor table, acutely aware of the attention focused on his father. He watched with a mixture of pride and nervousness as Tony charmed McGonagall with what appeared to be a genuinely interesting conversation, occasionally gesturing to the enchanted ceiling or the floating candles. "Your dad seems to be fitting in pretty well," Neville observed, following Harry's gaze. "Yeah, he's good at that," Harry agreed. "Put him in a room full of strangers and he'll have them eating out of his hand in 10 minutes. Even Snape?" Ron asked skeptically, nodding toward the potions master, who was watching Tony with undisguised suspicion. "Well, maybe not everyone," Harry conceded. Dumbledore rose to make an announcement before the meal, introducing Tony formally to the school and explaining his presence as part of an educational and cultural exchange initiative. The explanation was met with varying degrees of acceptance, enthusiastic from many Muggle-born students, curious from half-bloods, and distinctly cool from some of the pure-bloods, particularly at the Slytherin table. As the food appeared, to Tony's obvious delight and surprise, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy watching his father with a calculating expression. After a moment, Malfoy leaned over to whisper something to Crabbe and Goyle, all three laughing unpleasantly. "Ignore them," Hermione advised, seeing Harry's attention drift. "They're just jealous." "Of what?" Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. "Your dad's a famous Muggle and you're a famous wizard," Ron explained through a mouthful of roast chicken. "Plus, you've got that cool wand and you're brilliant at Quidditch. Malfoy can't stand that you outshine him without even trying." Harry hadn't thought of it that way. He'd been so focused on the challenges of bridging his two worlds that he hadn't fully considered how his unique position might appear to others, especially someone like Malfoy, raised to believe in pure-blood superiority. After dinner, as students began dispersing to their dormitories, Harry joined Tony for the walk to his guest quarters. "So, what's the verdict?" Harry asked. "Hogwarts living up to expectations?" "Exceeding them," Tony replied honestly. "The magical engineering alone is worth studying for years. But I'm more interested in how you're doing. Really doing, not the sanitized version you put in your calls home." Harry hesitated, then admitted, "It's complicated. I love learning magic, and I've made great friends, but I never quite fit in completely. The traditional wizards think I'm too Muggle, with my tech-enhanced wand and scientific approach. But I wouldn't trade it for anything." Tony nodded thoughtfully. "Bridging worlds is never easy, kid. I deal with it every day, the gap between what ordinary people understand and what's possible with advanced technology. Add magic to that equation, and you're navigating territory nobody's mapped before. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" Harry asked. "It's a hairy thing," Tony said simply, slinging an arm around his shoulders. "And I wouldn't change it for the world." They reached the portrait that guarded the entrance to Tony's guest quarters, a dignified wizard with a long silver beard who eyed Tony suspiciously. "Password?" the portrait demanded. "Seriously?" Tony looked at Harry. "Your magical security system is a talking painting that asks for a password anyone could overhear." The portrait looked affronted. "I've been guarding this chamber for 7 centuries, young man. No offense, Gandalf, but in my world, we've upgraded from passwords to biometric scanning and AI-driven threat assessment. Dad, Harry groaned. Be nice to the portraits. They report back to Dumbledore. Fine, fine. Tony turned to the portrait. The password is Vibranium, right? The portrait swung open with a huff, revealing a comfortable sitting room decorated in Gryffindor colors. Not bad, Tony assessed, looking around. Though I'm guessing there's no Wi-Fi. None, Harry confirmed. But I've set up a local network using those modified routers we developed last summer. Your Stark pad should connect automatically. Tony looked impressed. You've been busy. How's the range? Just this room and the adjacent corridor, for now. I'm working on extending it to cover more of the castle without interfering with the magical fields. They spent the next hour catching up properly, discussing Harry's classes, Tony's latest projects, and plans for the upcoming Quidditch match. When curfew approached, Harry reluctantly prepared to leave. Remember, observation only in classes tomorrow, he warned. No trying to improve the professor's teaching methods. Tony pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. Would I do that? Yes, Harry said emphatically. You absolutely would. Professor Flitwick is already nervous about you analyzing his charms techniques. I'll be on my best behavior, Tony promised, then added with a smirk, mostly. As Harry turned to go, Tony caught his arm. Hey. You know I'm proud of you, right? Navigating this whole wizard school thing, standing up for your own approach to magic, keeping your head on straight with all this boy who lived business. Harry felt a warm glow in his chest. Thanks, Dad. And if Crow makes one wrong move while I'm here, I know. Iron Man will blast him into next week. Damn straight, Tony nodded. Now go get some sleep. Big day of magical education critiquing tomorrow. Harry rolled his eyes but left smiling. Having Tony at Hogwarts felt like a missing piece clicking into place, his two worlds finally meeting in person, rather than existing as separate parts of his life. Little did he know how dramatically those worlds would collide in the days to come. Tony's first full day at Hogwarts proved to be exactly as eventful as Harry had feared. In charms, he peppered Professor Flitwick with detailed questions about wand movement precision and energy transference that left the tiny professor both flustered and intrigued. In transfiguration, he engaged McGonagall in a spirited debate about conservation of mass that had the entire class watching in fascinated silence. But it was potions that Harry had dreaded most, and with good reason. The subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape began his usual intimidating introduction for Tony's benefit, requires precision and understanding that few possess. I doubt that Muggle technology, with all its crude approximations, could ever truly comprehend the delicate interactions at work here. Tony, sitting at the back of the classroom beside Dumbledore, who had chosen to observe this particular session, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The class was brewing a moderately complex swelling solution. Harry worked carefully, using the techniques he'd developed to merge traditional potion making with scientific precision. His digital scale remained hidden in his bag. After his previous confrontation with Snape, he'd learned to be more discreet about his technological aids. Halfway through the lesson, Snape paused beside Harry's cauldron, inspecting his work with critical eyes. Your solution is too dilute, Potter, he declared. Did you use exactly 3 drops of leech juice, as the instructions clearly state? Yes, sir, Harry replied, though he knew the real issue. The leech juice viscosity varied by batch, meaning, drops, were an inconsistent measurement. His digital scale would have allowed him to measure by weight rather than drops, but he'd had to compromise. Perhaps if you spent less time showcasing your special wand and more time reading instructions carefully. Actually, Tony interrupted from the back of the room, the problem isn't Harry's technique. It's your measurement methodology. The classroom went dead silent. Snape turned slowly, his black eyes fixing on Tony. Excuse me, he said softly, dangerously. Tony stood, approaching Harry's workstation with casual confidence. Drops are an inconsistent unit of measurement. Depending on the dropper diameter, fluid viscosity, angle of dispensing, and even ambient temperature, drop can vary by as much as 30% in volume. This methodology has been used in potion making for centuries, Snape countered coldly. And I'm sure it's worked fine for potions with wide margins of error, Tony acknowledged, examining Harry's cauldron. But for something requiring this level of precision, you'd get more consistent results using weight-based measurements. Snape's lip curled. And I suppose you, a muggle with no magical training whatsoever, presume to lecture me on potion-making techniques? Not lecturing, suggesting, Tony clarified, though his tone suggested otherwise. Chemistry is chemistry, magical or otherwise. Basic scientific principles still apply. Dad, Harry murmured warningly, seeing the dangerous glint in Snape's eye. Tony glanced at Harry, then visibly reined himself in. Just an observation from an outside perspective. No offense intended. None taken, Snape replied, though his expression suggested otherwise. Perhaps you would care to demonstrate your scientific approach. It was clearly a challenge, and Harry knew his father well enough to recognize he wouldn't back down. Tony smiled, the sharp, competitive smile Harry had seen when he faced business rivals or technical challenges. Happy to. Harry, got that digital scale handy? Reluctantly, Harry retrieved the scale from his bag. The class watched in tense silence as Tony calibrated it, then measured precisely 0.75 grams of leech juice, the equivalent of 3 standardized drops based on the calculations he and Harry had worked out months ago. See, the problem with your current batch, Tony explained to the classroom as he worked, is inconsistent viscosity in the leech juice. This sample is about 15% thicker than standard, meaning 3 drops is actually less material than the recipe requires. He added the precisely measured juice to a fresh sample of Harry's potion base, stirring with methodical precision. The solution immediately turned the perfect shade of turquoise described in the textbook. There we go, Tony concluded, setting down the stirring rod. Same recipe, same ingredients, just more precise measurement. The students stared in amazement. Even Snape couldn't deny the evidence before him, though his expression suggested he'd like to try. A functional result, he conceded frigidly. Though hardly practical for standard classroom application. Actually, Hermione spoke up timidly, we could adapt traditional brass scales to provide more precise measurements using counterweights and a simple calibration system. I've been researching it for my arithmancy project. Snape looked like he might explode, but Dumbledore chose that moment to intervene from the back of the classroom. What a fascinating exchange of ideas, the headmaster observed pleasantly. This is precisely the kind of cross-disciplinary dialogue I had hoped Mr. Stark's visit might inspire. Snape was forced to swallow whatever cutting remark he'd been about to make, instead assigning the class to complete their potions using traditional methodologies. However, Harry noticed that several students were eyeing his digital scale with new interest. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Harry asked Tony as they left the dungeon after class. He was being a jerk to you for no reason, Tony defended. And I was right, wasn't I? The measurement system is fundamentally flawed. Yes, but now Snape hates me even more, if that was possible. Tony looked momentarily contrite. Sorry, kid. Got carried away proving a point. Then he grinned. But did you see his face when that potion turned perfect turquoise? Priceless. Harry couldn't help smiling. For all the trouble it might cause, having Tony stand up for him, and for scientific principles, felt pretty good. The rest of the day passed with slightly less drama, though Tony's presence continued to cause a stir wherever they went. By dinner, the entire school was buzzing with stories of the Muggle inventor who had challenged Professor Snape and apparently understood magic better than many wizards. Your dad is awesome, Colin Creevey, a first year with an ever-present camera, gushed to Harry at the Gryffindor table. Is it true he's going to demonstrate his Iron Man suit tomorrow? Maybe, Harry hedged, glancing toward the staff table where Tony was engaged in animated conversation with Professor Flitwick. "Depends on whether Professor McGonagall approves it. I heard he's developing a way to make electronic devices work at Hogwarts," another student chimed in. "And that he can see through the castle's enchantments," added someone else. Harry sighed. The rumor mill was working overtime, just as it had with him. Soon they'd be saying Tony could perform magic himself. After dinner, Harry was supposed to meet Tony for an evening walk around the grounds, but was delayed helping Neville with a transfiguration problem. By the time he reached the entrance hall, Tony was nowhere to be seen. "Jarvis," Harry murmured, activating the communication link in his modified watch, "where's Dad?" "Mr. Stark appears to be on the third floor, East Wing," Jarvis's voice replied softly from the watch. "Moving toward the restricted section of the castle." Harry frowned. The East Wing housed several research laboratories, including Crow, he muttered, immediately changing direction. He didn't think Tony would deliberately seek out a confrontation, but if Crow had approached him. Harry moved quickly through the castle, taking shortcuts he'd learned over the months. As he approached the third-floor corridor, he heard voices, Tony's, sharp with barely controlled anger, and Crow's, smooth and persuasive. "Revolutionary potential if we combined our expertise," Crow was saying. "Your Vibranium interface technology paired with my research into magical energy extraction, not interested," Tony cut him off. "And ambushing me in a hallway after being explicitly denied a meeting? Not the best way to build trust." "A regrettable necessity," Crow replied. "Certain elements within Hogwarts seem determined to prevent potentially beneficial collaboration. Maybe because your idea of collaboration involved trying to overload my kid's wand and potentially harming him in the process." Harry rounded the corner to find Tony and Crow facing each other in the dimly lit corridor. Tony's stance was defensive, one hand hovering near the portable gauntlet Harry knew he carried in his jacket pocket. Crow appeared outwardly calm, but his eyes held a calculating intensity. "Dad," Harry called, hurrying forward. "There you are. We were supposed to meet downstairs, remember?" Tony's eyes flickered to Harry, relief briefly visible before his expression hardened again. "Right. Got sidetracked by an unwanted sales pitch." Crow smiled thinly. "Hardly a sales pitch, Mr. Stark. More an opportunity to transcend artificial barriers between magical and technological advancement." His gaze shifted to Harry. "Your son's wand is merely the first step in what could be a new era of human capability." "My son's wand is proprietary Stark technology integrated with his personal magical abilities," Tony replied coldly. "Not up for grabs, not open source, not available for your collaboration." "A short-sighted perspective," Crow sighed. "History rarely looks kindly on those who hoard innovation for personal advantage." "Funny, I've been called a lot of things, but innovation hoarder is a new one," Tony remarked sarcastically. "I have 612 active patents that have revolutionized everything from clean energy to medical technology. What exactly have your magical extractions contributed to the greater good?" Crow's pleasant mask slipped slightly, revealing something harder beneath. "You have no idea what I've developed, Mr. Stark. But perhaps a demonstration might change your mind." He reached into his robe, but before he could withdraw whatever he was reaching for, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted them. Professor McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, her expression severe. "Dr. Crow," she said sharply. "I believe the headmaster made it quite clear that you were not to approach Mr. Stark during his visit." Crow composed himself quickly. "A chance encounter, Professor. Mr. Stark seemed lost, and I was merely offering directions." "I'm sure," McGonagall said skeptically. "Nevertheless, your presence is required in the headmaster's office. Immediately." With a final, measuring look at Tony and Harry, Crow inclined his head and departed, his footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. "Perfect timing, Professor," Tony said once Crow was out of earshot. "That guy gives me the creeps." The headmaster has been monitoring Dr. Crow's movements throughout your visit, McGonagall explained. When he left dinner shortly after you and began heading toward this isolated area, we became concerned. He was trying to pitch some kind of joint venture, Tony told her. Wanted to combine my Vibranium interface tech with his magical energy extraction research. McGonagall's lips thinned. I shall inform Dumbledore. In the meantime, perhaps it would be best if you remained in more populated areas of the castle, Mr. Stark. After she left to report to Dumbledore, Tony turned to Harry. Your magical school is starting to feel like a spy movie. Secret meetings, shadowy corridors, mysterious researchers with hidden agendas. Welcome to my life, Harry replied dryly. Still glad you came. Are you kidding? This is the most interesting parent-teacher conference I've ever attended. Tony slung an arm around Harry's shoulders as they headed back toward the main part of the castle. Though I'm starting to think bringing the suit was a good call for reasons beyond just showing off. You really think Crow might try something more direct? Harry asked, lowering his voice. Guy's desperate, Tony assessed. Whatever he's working on, he seems convinced he needs our tech to make it work. People like that don't just give up when told no. Harry nodded, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. What was he reaching for when McGonagall showed up? Don't know. Could have been a wand, could have been something else. Tony's expression turned serious. Keep your guard up, kid. And maybe skip any solo wandering around the castle for a while. I always have my wand, Harry reminded him, touching the holster on his arm. With all the security upgrades they'd implemented, he felt reasonably confident in his ability to defend himself if necessary. Speaking of which, Tony said, how about a quick tune-up session before tomorrow? Make sure all the new security modules are functioning properly. They spent the next couple of hours in Tony's guest quarters, running diagnostics on the Vibranium wand and making minor adjustments to its calibration. The work was comfortingly familiar, the blend of technology and magic that had defined Harry's life since Tony adopted him. Energy efficiency is up another 5%, Tony noted, examining the holographic readouts projected from the wand's diagnostic mode. And the biometric lock is rock solid. Nobody but you can activate the core functions now. What about the emergency beacon? Harry asked. We never got to test it at full power. Better not to hear. The signal burst might disrupt half the enchantments in the castle. Tony made a final adjustment. But the self-defense module is fully operational. Any unauthorized attempt to access or overload the wand will trigger the countermeasures we designed. Harry nodded, feeling more secure. After the previous incident with Crow, they had built-in progressive response mechanisms, from simple power dampening to a more aggressive energy feedback that would effectively shock anyone attempting to force access. As curfew approached, Harry reluctantly prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower. Big day tomorrow, he reminded Tony. Quidditch match in the morning, then your Iron Man demonstration if McGonagall approves it. She will, Tony said confidently. Flitwick's been lobbying for it, and even Dumbledore seemed interested. Can't wait to see their faces when the suit deploys. Just try not to blow up any of the historic architecture, Harry advised with a grin. Some of these walls have been standing for 1,000 years. No promises, Tony replied, but his smile was fond. Get some sleep, kid. Can't have my star seeker falling off his broom tomorrow. The morning of the Quidditch match dawned clear and cold, perfect flying conditions, according to Wood, who gave his usual intense pre-game pep talk in the Gryffindor changing rooms. Potter, you focus on finding that snitch early, Wood instructed. Hufflepuff's new seeker, Diggory, has a good eye and a fast broom. Don't let him get the drop on you. I won't, Harry promised, checking his Quidditch robes one last time. His Vibranium wand was secured in its holster beneath his uniform, technically unnecessary for the match, but Harry never went anywhere without it these days. As the team marched onto the pitch, Harry spotted Tony in the stands, sitting beside McGonagall in the teachers' section. Even from a distance, Harry could see his father's excited expression. This would be the first time Tony had seen him play Quidditch in person. "And here comes the Gryffindor team," Lee Jordan's magically amplified voice announced. Johnson, Spinnet, Bell, Weasley, Wood, and Potter, the youngest Seeker in a century. The crowd roared as the teams took position. Madam Hooch stepped onto the field, the golden snitch clutched in her hand. "I want a nice clean game from all of you," she warned before releasing the snitch, which vanished in a gleaming blur. The whistle blew, and 14 brooms rose into the air. Harry soared higher than the others, scanning for the tiny golden ball while keeping one eye on Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff Seeker. The match quickly turned intense, with both teams scoring regularly. Harry circled above the action, occasionally diving to avoid bludgers or executing quick turns to search a new section of the pitch. He was just completing a sweep near the Hufflepuff goal posts when something odd happened. His broom gave a sudden lurch, nearly unseating him. Harry gripped the handle tightly, confused. The Nimbus 2000 was a top-quality racing broom, not prone to random movements. Then it happened again, a violent jerk that sent Harry sliding sideways. This time, he was certain, something or someone was interfering with his broom. In the stands, Tony had noticed the strange behavior. Harry saw him lean forward, eyes narrowed, speaking urgently to McGonagall. The broom was now bucking and twisting, making it increasingly difficult for Harry to maintain his grip. The Weasley twins tried to fly closer to help, but each time they approached, the broom jerked higher, out of reach. The vibranium wand on Harry's arm grew warm, a warning sign that it was detecting unusual magical energy. Someone was casting a spell on his broom, and strong enough to trigger the wand's defensive sensors. Below, the game continued, though more spectators were pointing up at Harry now. His broom gave a wild jerk, and Harry found himself dangling from it, holding on with just one hand. In that precarious position, Harry made a split-second decision. Reaching across with his free hand, he activated the wand holster. The vibranium wand slid into his palm, and Harry pointed it at his broom. "Finite incantatem," he shouted, channeling as much power as he dared into the counterspell. The effect was immediate, his broom stopped bucking, though it still vibrated strangely. Harry pulled himself back on, clutching the handle with one hand while keeping his wand ready. Suddenly, a flash of gold caught his eye, the snitch, hovering near the ground by the Gryffindor goal posts. Diggory had seen it too and was already diving. Harry pointed his wand at his own broom and whispered, "Accelerate momentum," a modified charm he and Strange had developed that temporarily enhanced an object's response to directional force. The Nimbus 2000 shot forward with extraordinary speed, startling even Harry. He rocketed past Diggory, adjusting his trajectory with precision born of countless practice hours. As he neared the snitch, he tucked his wand away and stretched out his hand. His fingers closed around the cold metal ball just as his broom gave another violent shudder. Unable to maintain control at such speed, Harry tumbled from his broom, hitting the ground hard but rolling to absorb the impact as Tony had taught him. For a moment, he lay winded on the pitch, the snitch clutched tightly in his fist. Then he raised his arm triumphantly, and the stadium erupted. "Harry Potter has caught the snitch!" Lee Jordan bellowed. Gryffindor wins, 220-90. His teammates landed around him, cheering and helping him to his feet. The Weasley twins hoisted Harry onto their shoulders as Gryffindor supporters poured onto the field. Through the crowd, Harry spotted Tony pushing his way forward, face tight with concern despite the victory. "Are you okay?" he demanded when he reached Harry. "What happened up there?" "Someone was jinxing my broom," Harry explained quietly as his teammates set him down. "I could feel it fighting me." "I saw," Tony nodded grimly. "McGonagall's already organizing a search of the stands. Whoever it was, they were using some serious mojo. Even from the ground, I could see the energy distortions around your broom." "My wand detected it too," Harry said, showing Tony the diagnostic readout on his vibranium wand. "Look at these energy signatures." Tony studied the patterns, his expression darkening. "This looks familiar." Similar to what we recorded when Crow tried to overload your wand, but more focused, more controlled. You think it was him? Harry asked. Can't prove it yet, but my money's on our creepy research fellow. Tony glanced around the dispersing crowd. Did you see where he was during the match? Harry shook his head. I was a bit busy trying not to fall to my death. Right. Tony squeezed his shoulder. Let's get you checked out by your medical wing or whatever you have here, then report this to Dumbledore. This just escalated from harassment to attempted harm. The hospital wing was Madame Pomfrey's domain, and she insisted on examining Harry thoroughly despite his protests that he was fine. Tony paced nearby, alternating between firing off questions about magical healing methods and making thinly veiled comments about suing whoever had hexed Harry's broom. Nothing broken, Madame Pomfrey finally announced. But you'll have bruises from that fall, Mr. Potter. Take it easy for the rest of the day. That's going to be difficult, McGonagall said, entering the hospital wing with a grave expression. The headmaster wishes to see both Mr. Potter Stark and his father immediately. There have been developments regarding Dr. Crow. Tony and Harry exchanged glances. What kind of developments? Tony asked. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. He's gone. Along with several artifacts from the restricted section of the Magical Research Wing. In Dumbledore's office, the situation became clearer. After the incident at the Quidditch match, Dumbledore had ordered a search of Crow's quarters and laboratory, only to find them emptied of personal belongings and research materials. We believe Dr. Crow left the grounds during the Quidditch match, when most of the school was occupied with the game, Dumbledore explained, looking unusually troubled. He appears to have been planning this departure for some time, gradually removing sensitive materials and research. Any proof he was behind the broom incident? Tony asked, still seething about the attack on Harry. Circumstantial evidence suggests his involvement, Dumbledore confirmed. Several witnesses recall seeing him in the stands, departing abruptly when Harry regained control of his broom. And magical residue on the broom matches certain experimental spells documented in his research notes. I knew we should have kicked him out after the first incident, Tony muttered. So what now? He's just gone, free to continue whatever he was working on elsewhere. The Ministry of Magic has been alerted, McGonagall assured him. Aurors, magical law enforcement, are searching for him. With all due respect to your magical cops, this guy tried to hurt my kid, Tony said flatly. Twice. I'm not sitting around waiting for them to find him. Harry recognized the look in his father's eyes, the same determined expression he wore when facing down threats as Iron Man. Mr. Stark, Dumbledore said carefully, while I understand your concern, pursuing Dr. Crow yourself could create complicated jurisdictional issues between the magical and Muggle worlds. I'm not particularly concerned with jurisdictional niceties when it comes to my son's safety, Tony replied. Jarvis is already running facial recognition across every camera network in Europe. If Crow surfaces, we'll find him. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged concerned glances at this casual reference to Muggle surveillance technology. There's something else you should know, Dumbledore added after a moment. Among the items missing from the research wing is a prototype magical amplifier, a device being developed to enhance the natural magical abilities of wizards with limited power. An amplifier? Harry's mind immediately went to the Vibranium wand. Like what my wand does, but for anyone. Similar in concept, though cruder in execution, Dumbledore confirmed. The project was still experimental, deemed too unpredictable for general use. In the wrong hands. It could be weaponized, Tony finished grimly. Especially if combined with the data he collected on Harry's wand during that experiment of his. The implications were disturbing. Crow had been fascinated with the Vibranium wand's ability to amplify and focus magical energy. If he was now attempting to recreate that capability in a form anyone could use, without the careful calibration and safety measures Tony had built in. I think it's time for that Iron Man demonstration, Tony declared suddenly. Not as a show, but as preparation. If Crow's developing what I think he is, we might need all hands on deck. Dumbledore studied Tony thoughtfully. You believe he may return to Hogwarts? He wants what Harry has, the perfect integration of magic and technology. He's already tried twice to get it. Third time's the charm, right? Tony turned to Harry. Kid, I think we need to accelerate the security protocols we discussed. Full deployment. Harry nodded, understanding. They had developed contingency plans during the Christmas break, defensive measures that went beyond just protecting the wand. I'll need access to the highest point in the castle, Tony told Dumbledore. Preferably a tower with minimal magical interference. The astronomy tower would serve your purpose, McGonagall suggested. But what exactly are you planning, Mr. Stark? A defensive perimeter, Tony explained. Modified sensors that can detect specific energy signatures, like the one from Harry's broom or the one we recorded during Crow's attempt to overload the wand. And these sensors would be compatible with Hogwarts' magical protections? Dumbledore asked, looking intrigued despite his concerns. They're designed to work alongside magical defenses, not replace them, Harry assured him. We developed the concept after the first incident with Crow. Dumbledore considered this for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. Professor McGonagall will provide access to the astronomy tower. However, I must insist on being present for this deployment. Wouldn't have it any other way, Tony agreed. Harry, grab the Mark 7 case from my quarters. I think it's time to show Hogwarts what Iron Man can do. The astronomy tower provided a perfect vantage point over the Hogwarts grounds. As the highest structure in the castle, it offered unobstructed sight lines in all directions, from the Forbidden Forest to the lake to Hogsmeade Village in the distance. A small group had gathered to witness Tony's demonstration: Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and a few other senior staff members. Harry had also spotted Ron and Hermione watching from a lower balcony, having clearly heard about the unusual activity. The Iron Man armor is a self-contained tactical system, Tony explained as he set up the sleek metal briefcase. Latest version includes Vibranium components specifically designed to function in high magic environments. Most extraordinary, Professor Flitwick commented, examining the case with fascination. And this transforms into your famous armor? Watch and learn, Tony grinned, stepping onto a clear section of the tower platform. He tapped a sequence on the case, then stepped back. Jarvis, deploy Mark 7, standard configuration. The case sprang open, mechanical components unfolding with precision. In seconds, the pieces began attaching themselves to Tony, assembling around him like a high-tech puzzle. The professors watched in astonished silence as the complete Iron Man suit formed, the faceplate closing last to reveal the glowing eyes of the helmet. Ladies and gentlemen, came Tony's voice, slightly mechanized through the suit speakers, Iron Man at your service. Merlin's beard, McGonagall breathed, her usual composure momentarily abandoned. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with genuine delight. Most impressive, Mr. Stark. A perfect marriage of Muggle innovation and artistic design. It's not just for show, Tony assured them, the suit's repulsors glowing softly as he hovered a few inches off the ground. Full weapon systems, advanced sensors, and now with magical detection capabilities thanks to Harry's input. Harry stepped forward, holding a series of small devices they had developed together. These sensors work on the same principle as my wand's energy detection system, he explained to the professors. They can identify and track specific magical signatures. Like Dr. Crow's experimental spells, Flitwick realized quickly. Exactly, Harry confirmed. Once deployed around the perimeter, they'll create a monitoring network that will alert us if Crow attempts to return to Hogwarts or use similar magic nearby. With Tony's help, they began positioning the sensors at strategic points around the tower. The Iron Man armor allowed Tony to place devices in locations that would otherwise be inaccessible, hovering beside turrets and spires with mechanical precision. The network will interface with both Jarvis and the castle's existing magical protections, Harry explained as they worked. Any alert will trigger notifications to multiple recipients simultaneously, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, my dad, and me. A most elegant solution, Dumbledore observed, watching as Tony completed the installation. Though I confess, I never anticipated seeing Muggle technology integrated so seamlessly with Hogwarts' ancient protections. That's kind of our specialty, Harry replied with a small smile. Finding ways to make different worlds work together. When the sensor network was fully deployed, Tony landed back on the tower platform, retracting his helmet to address the professors directly. The system is online and functioning properly, he reported. Jarvis will continuously monitor for any matching energy signatures within a 5-mile radius. If Crow shows up, we'll know. And what then, Mr. Stark? McGonagall asked, her practical nature asserting itself. I hardly think confronting a potentially dangerous wizard is advisable, even in your impressive armor. The priority is securing Harry and the castle, Tony replied. Detection gives us warning, time to prepare. And speaking of preparation, Harry, it's time for your upgrade too. Harry nodded, understanding what Tony meant. They had discussed this contingency during the Christmas break but hadn't implemented it, hoping it wouldn't be necessary. Now, with Crow on the loose and potentially developing a magical amplifier, additional precautions were warranted. From a compartment in the Iron Man armor, Tony removed a small case. Inside was what appeared to be a slim silver bracelet, though Harry knew it was much more than that. This is the Guardian Protocol, Tony explained to the curious professors. A defensive system designed to pair with Harry's Vibranium wand in emergency situations. Another Muggle device? McGonagall asked skeptically. Muggle engineering with magical enhancement, Harry clarified, taking the bracelet. Dr. Strange helped us develop the protective enchantments. He attached the bracelet to his wrist opposite his wand holster. The device automatically adjusted to fit perfectly, a soft blue light briefly pulsing along its circumference before fading to a subtle glow. Connection established, Jarvis's voice announced from both the bracelet and Tony's armor. Guardian Protocol active, young sir. What exactly does this Guardian Protocol do? Flitwick inquired, studying the bracelet with professional interest. 3-tier defense system, Tony explained. First, enhanced magical detection beyond what the wand already provides. Second, a protective field that can absorb and redirect hostile magical energy. And third, emergency response capabilities including a locator beacon, communication link, and one-time emergency transport. Transport? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You've created a portkey equivalent. Not exactly, Harry said. It doesn't work like magical transportation. It's more like a magnetic recall system tied to a specific location. One use only, and only in life-threatening situations. The professors exchanged concerned glances, clearly troubled by the implications of such technology in a school setting. Mr. Stark, Dumbledore said carefully, while I appreciate your concern for Harry's safety, I must express some reservation about deploying such advanced weaponry within Hogwarts. Our students' security is paramount, but so too is maintaining appropriate boundaries between our worlds. With all due respect, Headmaster, Tony replied, his expression hardening slightly, those boundaries were crossed the moment Crow targeted my son. Twice. I'm not taking chances with Harry's safety, magical jurisdiction be damned. Tension crackled in the air until Harry stepped forward. What if we compromise? The sensor network stays, it's passive, just monitoring. And I keep the Guardian bracelet, but only activate the advanced features if there's a confirmed threat. Dumbledore considered this, then nodded slowly. A reasonable proposal. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, your thoughts? The sensors seem harmless enough, Flitwick offered. And potentially quite useful for the castle's security. I remain concerned about setting precedent, McGonagall said frankly, but Mr. Potter Stark's safety must be our priority. I agree to the compromise. With the matter settled, Tony retracted the Iron Man armor, the components folding back into the portable case with mechanical precision that left even the professors impressed. As the group dispersed, Harry and Tony remained on the tower briefly, looking out over the grounds. "You think he'll come back, don't you?" Harry asked quietly. "That's why you're leaving the armor with me." Tony nodded, his expression serious. "Crow wants what we've created, the perfect fusion of magic and technology. He's not going to give up just because he got caught once." "But why? What does he actually want it for?" "Power," Tony said simply. "Same reason anyone pursues technology beyond their understanding. The Vibranium wand makes you exceptional, even among wizards. Imagine what someone could do if they could replicate that effect on a larger scale." Harry considered this, absently rubbing the new bracelet on his wrist. It wouldn't work the same for him. "The wand is calibrated specifically to my magical signature. Which is why he needs you or the wand or both," Tony pointed out. "To complete whatever he's building." A chill ran through Harry despite the afternoon sun. "So what do we do now?" "We stay vigilant. The sensors will give us warning. The Iron Man armor stays with you, emergency deployment protocol is already programmed. And most importantly," Tony squeezed Harry's shoulder, "you keep being the brilliant, resourceful kid you are. Crow might be smart, but he's up against a Potter Stark. Those are pretty tough odds." Harry managed a smile, drawing comfort from his father's confidence. "When do you have to leave?" "Tomorrow morning," Tony sighed. "Can't push the board meeting again, even for magical emergencies. But I'll be back the second anything happens, and in the meantime, we've got more security in place than most military installations." They headed back inside, the conversation turning to lighter topics: the Quidditch victory, the professor's reactions to the Iron Man armor, plans for the summer break that seemed simultaneously too far away and approaching too quickly. Neither noticed the small, metallic drone hovering silently beyond the castle's perimeter, just outside the newly established sensor network, recording everything. 3 days after Tony's departure, life at Hogwarts had settled back into its normal rhythm, or as normal as it could be with advanced Stark sensors monitoring the grounds and Harry wearing both a Vibranium wand and a Guardian Protocol bracelet. The security measures provided some comfort, but Harry couldn't shake a persistent feeling of unease. During classes, meals, and even Quidditch practice, he found himself scanning his surroundings, half expecting to see Crow lurking in the shadows. "You're getting paranoid, mate," Ron commented as they walked to herbology, Harry's eyes sweeping the courtyard for any sign of unusual activity. "The sensors would warn you if he came back, right?" "Probably," Harry agreed. But Crow was smart enough to fool Dumbledore for months. Who knows what countermeasures he might have developed. Hermione looked troubled. "I've been researching magical concealment methods. There are ways to mask magical signatures, though they're incredibly complex." "That's not helping, Hermione," Ron groaned. "It's better to be prepared," she insisted. "Anyway, Harry, have you tested the communication function on your new bracelet? Does it really connect directly to your dad?" Harry nodded. "Limited range, though. It works within the castle and grounds, but probably not much beyond that without additional relay points." Their conversation paused as they entered Greenhouse 3, where Professor Sprout was waiting with trays of writhing venomous tentacula seedlings. The challenging practical work provided a welcome distraction from Harry's concerns, requiring his full concentration to avoid the plant's venomous spines. After class, as they were washing up, Harry's guardian bracelet gave a soft vibration against his wrist, the signal for an incoming communication. "Everything okay?" Hermione asked, noticing his sudden attention to the device. "Just a check-in from Dad," Harry explained, tapping the bracelet to activate the secure channel. "Hey, what's up?" "Mr. Potter Stark," came a voice that definitely wasn't Tony's, smooth, cultured, with a cold precision that sent ice through Harry's veins. "I believe it's time we continued our discussion about Vibranium-enhanced magical technology." Harry froze, Ron and Hermione looking at him with concern. "Crow," he said flatly. How did you access this channel? Your father's encryption is impressive, but not infallible, Crow replied. Particularly when one has access to certain magical workarounds. But that's not important right now. What do you want? Harry demanded, signaling to his friends to get help. Ron immediately sprinted toward the castle. What I've always wanted, collaboration. Your father is stubborn, but perhaps you'll be more reasonable. Especially given the current circumstances. A sick feeling spread through Harry's stomach. What circumstances? Check your other communication device, Crow instructed. The modified tablet you use for video calls. With trembling fingers, Harry retrieved the Stark pad from his bag. As soon as he activated it, a video feed appeared, showing Tony Stark's empty lab at Stark Tower. Or not entirely empty, a countdown timer was prominently displayed on one of the workbenches, the numbers ticking down from 15 minutes. What is this? Harry demanded, his voice steady despite his racing heart. Insurance, Crow replied calmly. The device is quite sophisticated, a combination of conventional explosives and a magical disruption field keyed to your father's unique energy signature. When it detonates, it will not only destroy his laboratory but disrupt his life force in a most unpleasant manner. You're bluffing, Harry said, though uncertainty crept into his voice. Dad's security would never allow something like that in the tower. Perhaps under normal circumstances, Crow agreed. But when delivered by a trusted courier with appropriate credentials borrowed from Dr. Stephen Strange's files, such packages receive less scrutiny. Harry's mind raced. Could this be real? The video feed certainly looked authentic, showing Tony's private lab exactly as Harry remembered it. And the threat was specific enough to be credible. What do you want? He repeated, playing for time. Hermione had slipped away, presumably to find a professor. Your presence, along with your Vibranium wand, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest in 10 minutes, Crow stated. Come alone, or the device detonates early. Attempt to communicate with your father or anyone else through technological means, and the same occurs. And if I do this? You'll deactivate the device. The deactivation code will be provided once you've demonstrated good faith by meeting me as requested. Crow's tone was matter-of-fact, as if discussing a routine business transaction rather than extortion. 10 minutes, Mr. Potter Stark. I suggest you don't waste them on futile attempts to outsmart the situation. The communication ended, leaving Harry staring at the countdown on his Stark pad. 13 minutes and 27 seconds. Harry, we need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione urged, tugging at his arm. This is exactly the kind of situation the professors are prepared for. Harry shook his head, mind working furiously. There's no time. Even if Dumbledore could somehow contact Dad instantly, the lab is on lockdown protocols after the last security breach. No one can get in or out without specific authorization, which would take minutes they don't have. But you can't just go meet Crow alone. That's obviously a trap. Of course it is, Harry agreed grimly. But I don't see another option right now. He glanced at the Stark pad again, 12 minutes, 55 seconds. Listen, when Ron gets back with whichever professor he finds, tell them everything. Show them this. He handed Hermione the Stark pad, the countdown still ticking ominously. What are you going to do? She asked, though her expression suggested she already knew. Harry's hand moved to his Vibranium wand, drawing it from its holster with practiced ease. What Dad would do. Play along until I find a way to turn the trap against him. Harry, no, I don't have a choice, Hermione. If there's even a chance that bomb is real, I have to try. Harry's voice softened slightly. I'll be okay. Remember all those security upgrades we made over Christmas? This is exactly what they were for. Before she could argue further, Harry activated the Guardian Bracelet's locator function, ensuring that whatever happened, his position could be tracked. Then, with a final reassuring nod to Hermione, he turned and began running toward the Forbidden Forest. As he ran, Harry's mind worked through scenarios and contingencies. The most likely explanation was that Crow wanted the Vibranium wand, its technology, its unique properties, perhaps even Harry's specific magical signature. The bomb threat could be real or a bluff, but Harry couldn't take that chance. What he could do was prepare. The Vibranium wand was operating at full capacity, its security features active. The Guardian bracelet provided additional protection and tracking. And most importantly, Harry had spent the past 7 years learning from Tony Stark, a man who specialized in turning desperate situations to his advantage. The edge of the Forbidden Forest loomed ahead, dark and forbidding despite the afternoon sun. Harry slowed his pace, scanning the tree-line carefully. 8 minutes left on the countdown. Very punctual, Mr. Potter Stark, Crow's voice came from behind a large oak tree. He stepped into view, looking much as he had at Hogwarts but with a subtle difference, a new confidence, a predatory quality that had previously been better concealed. "And I see you've brought your remarkable wand, as requested. Show me how to deactivate the device," Harry demanded, keeping a safe distance, wand held ready. "All in good time," Crow replied. "First, a demonstration of good faith. Place your wand on the ground and step back." Harry laughed incredulously. "Not a chance. You can examine it while I'm holding it, or not at all." Brave, but ultimately futile. Crow's expression hardened. "You're not in a position to negotiate." "Neither are you," Harry countered. "You need me to cooperate with whatever you're planning. The moment anything happens to my dad, you lose any leverage you might have." Crow studied him for a moment, then smiled thinly. "I see Tony Stark has taught you more than just technology. Very well, a compromise. Perform a simple spell with your wand, allowing me to observe its energy pattern. Then I'll provide the deactivation sequence." Harry considered this, trying to assess the risk. A demonstration seemed relatively harmless. Crow had already seen the wand in action before Christmas. What kind of spell? "A shield charm would suffice," Crow suggested. "I believe you're quite proficient with those." Suspicious but seeing few alternatives, Harry raised his wand. "Protego," he said clearly, generating a shimmering magical shield between himself and Crow. Crow's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he observed the spell, a small device in his hand apparently measuring the energy output. "Excellent. Now for the deactivation code." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small remote with a numeric keypad. "The code is 7-3-9-4-2. Input it into your communication device within the next 6 minutes, and the explosive will deactivate." Harry maintained his shield charm while memorizing the code. "How do I know this will work?" "You don't," Crow admitted candidly. "But it's the only chance you have." Harry weighed his options. He could retreat now, try to contact Tony and relay the code, but that would take precious minutes. Or he could continue engaging Crow, perhaps learn more about his intentions while keeping him away from Hogwarts. Before he could decide, a new voice interrupted from the edge of the clearing. "Harry Potter Stark must not trust the bad wizard," squeaked a small, bat-eared creature that Harry recognized as a house elf. "The bad wizard lies. There is no bomb." Crow whirled toward the unexpected intruder, his face contorting with anger. "Silence, you interfering pest. Dobby knows the truth," the house elf insisted, his tennis ball eyes wide with righteous indignation. "Dobby followed the bad wizard, heard his plans. He wants Harry Potter's special wand for his dark machine." "Dobby?" Harry questioned, maintaining his shield but thoroughly confused by this development. "Dobby has watched over Harry Potter since he came to Hogwarts," the elf explained rapidly. "Dobby serves a dark family, but Dobby has always admired the great Harry Potter who defeated he who must not be named." Crow drew his own wand with lightning speed. "Enough of this nonsense. Stupefy." The stunning spell shot toward Dobby, but the elf snapped his fingers and disappeared with a crack, reappearing closer to Harry. "The bad wizard has no bomb," Dobby insisted. He has a recorded image only. Harry Potter's Stark father is safe. Relief flooded through Harry, quickly replaced by cold anger. He turned to Crow, who was now backing away, his plan clearly unraveling. You lied, Harry stated flatly. There was never any bomb. A necessary deception, Crow replied, his composure slipping. You would never have come willingly, and I need your wand, its energy signature, its unique fusion of magic and vibranium, to complete my work. What work? Harry demanded, advancing slowly, shield still raised. What are you trying to build? Something shifted in Crow's expression, a fanatical light entering his eyes. The future, Mr. Potter Stark. A world where magical power is not determined by accident of birth or bloodline, but by technological enhancement. Imagine, Muggleborns with the power of pure bloods, squibs given the abilities they were denied, ordinary humans elevated to magical capability. Using what? Some kind of mass-produced magical amplifier. Precisely. Crow seemed pleased that Harry understood. The prototype I acquired from Hogwarts was promising but limited. It required an existing magical core to amplify. But your vibranium wand, it doesn't just amplify magic, it channels and transforms energy in ways that could be applied universally. It doesn't work that way, Harry argued. The wand is calibrated specifically to my magical signature. It wouldn't function the same way for someone else. But the underlying principles could be adapted, Crow insisted. With enough data, enough understanding of the vibranium magic interface. He shook his head, refocusing. Enough talk. You may have discovered my deception, but I've prepared contingencies. He raised his wand again, but this time pointed it at a device on his wrist that Harry hadn't noticed before, something that looked disturbingly like a cruder version of the Guardian bracelet. Activate Neural Interface, Authorization Crow Alpha 09, he commanded. The device glowed with an eerie purple light that spread up Crow's arm in web-like patterns. His eyes widened, pupils dilating, as the energy reached his face. What have you done? Harry asked, a sense of dread growing as he watched the transformation. Applied my research, Crow replied, his voice taking on a strange harmonic quality. This prototype can't create magic from nothing, yet, but it can significantly amplify my own modest abilities. To demonstrate, he flicked his wand casually at a nearby boulder. It didn't just levitate, it shot upward with such force that it shattered against tree branches overhead, raining down fragments. Impressive, isn't it? Crow smiled, the purple energy now visibly pulsing beneath his skin. But still imperfect. With your wand's technology, I could complete the neural interface, create a self-sustaining magical amplification system. Harry retreated a step, recognizing the danger. The vibranium wand hummed in his hand, sensing the unusual magical energy. You're going to hurt yourself, Harry warned. That kind of unregulated amplification will have consequences. My wand has safety protocols, calibration systems, details to be refined later, Crow dismissed. Now, for the last time, surrender your wand, or I'll take it by force. Harry's response was immediate and decisive. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm shot from his vibranium wand with exceptional force, but Crow deflected it with surprising ease, the purple energy around him flaring. My enhanced reflexes make such simple attacks futile, Crow explained, sounding almost professorial despite the circumstances. Perhaps a demonstration of my own abilities is in order. He slashed his wand in a complex pattern, unleashing a barrage of spells in rapid succession. Harry dodged and blocked, the guardian bracelet vibrating as it helped channel defensive energy into his shield charm. Your father's protective technology is impressive, Crow acknowledged as another of his spells was absorbed by the energy field around Harry. But like all technology, it has limits. He changed tactics, directing his amplified magic at the ground beneath Harry's feet. The earth erupted upward, throwing Harry off balance. Before he could recover, Crow sent a binding spell that wrapped magical cords around Harry's legs, causing him to stumble. Harry managed to maintain his grip on the vibranium wand, pointing it downward. Defindo. The cutting charm severed the magical bindings, allowing him to roll away from Crow's follow-up attack. Getting to his feet, Harry reassessed the situation. Crow's amplified magic gave him a significant advantage in raw power, but the neural interface seemed unstable, the purple energy fluctuated erratically, and occasional spasms crossed Crow's face, suggesting he wasn't in complete control. "You can't maintain that amplification safely," Harry called out, trying a different approach. "The magical feedback will damage your nervous system. Let me help you shut it down before, help me." Crow laughed harshly. "You sound like your father, so convinced of your superior understanding. I've studied magical amplification for decades, boy. This interface is my life's work." To prove his point, he channeled another surge of power, creating a whirlwind of debris that circled around him before launching toward Harry. The Guardian bracelet flared as it helped Harry generate a protective dome, but the impact still drove him backwards several feet. Harry needed a new strategy. Direct magical combat against Crow's amplified power was too risky, especially with the unstable nature of the neural interface. He needed to use Crow's own creation against him, find a way to overload or disrupt the amplification system. "Your wand technology was the key I was missing," Crow continued, advancing slowly. "The vibranium core creates a perfect energy conversion matrix that my prototype lacks. Once I've studied it properly, the neural interface will be perfected." "And then what?" Harry challenged, playing for time while he formulated a plan. "Mass production. Force everyone to use your amplification technology. Initial adoption will be voluntary, of course," Crow replied with disturbing reasonableness. "Those seeking power will come first, squibs desperate for magic, wizards seeking enhancement. As the benefits become apparent, others will follow. And you'll control them all," Harry realized. "If you're the only one who understands how the interface works, everyone using it would depend on you." Something like satisfaction flickered across Crow's face. A necessary oversight function. Someone must ensure responsible use. The pieces clicked into place for Harry. This wasn't about advancing magical capability, it was about control, about Crow positioning himself as the gatekeeper of a new kind of power. "My dad was right about you," Harry said coldly. "You're just another power-hungry scientist who doesn't care who gets hurt as long as your vision becomes reality." Crow's expression hardened. "Enough talk. The interface requires more energy than anticipated. I need your wand now." He raised his hand, purple energy gathering around his wand for what appeared to be a massive attack. Harry braced himself, the vibranium wand and guardian bracelet ready to channel his defensive magic. But before Crow could release his spell, a thunderous crack split the air, and a flash of red light struck him from behind. He stumbled forward, his concentration broken, the neural interface flickering erratically. Harry looked past him to see Dumbledore standing at the edge of the clearing, wand extended, his usually gentle face set in lines of terrible anger. "Step away from my student, Dr. Crow," the headmaster commanded, his voice carrying unusual power. Crow recovered quickly, the neural interface stabilizing as he turned to face this new threat. "Headmaster Dumbledore. Your timing is inconvenient. Surrender your wand and deactivate that device," Dumbledore instructed, moving forward with surprising speed for an elderly wizard. "Its magical signature is highly unstable." "On the contrary," Crow replied, "it's functioning exactly as designed." He glanced between Dumbledore and Harry, clearly recalculating his odds. "Though perhaps a strategic withdrawal is warranted. Another time, Mr. Potter Stark." Before either Harry or Dumbledore could react, Crow activated something on his neural interface. A sphere of purple energy engulfed him, and with a sound like shattering glass, he vanished. Harry stared at the empty space where Crow had been. Was that apparition? "Not precisely," Dumbledore replied, looking troubled as he examined the residual energy. "A technological approximation, perhaps. Most concerning. Harry lowered his wand, exhaustion suddenly washing over him as the adrenaline began to fade. He was lying about the bomb. There was never any threat to my dad. So Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger informed me when they came running into my office, Dumbledore confirmed. Though we took the precaution of contacting Mr. Stark regardless. He is quite well and extremely concerned about you. How did you find me so quickly? Dumbledore smiled faintly. The tracking system in your guardian bracelet, I believe. Most effective. And we had additional help. He gestured to where Dobby stood partially hidden behind a tree. Dobby only wanted to help Harry Potter, the house elf said, stepping forward nervously. Dobby has heard the bad wizard planning for weeks. He serves a family the bad wizard visited. You've been watching out for me? Harry asked, surprised. Dobby nodded vigorously. Harry Potter is a great wizard. The hope of both worlds. Dobby could not let the bad wizard hurt him. Before Harry could respond, multiple sets of running footsteps approached. Professor McGonagall arrived first, followed by Professor Flitwick and, moments later, Ron and Hermione. Harry! Hermione cried, rushing forward. Are you all right? We saw the magical discharge from the castle, it lit up the entire forest edge. I'm fine, Harry assured her, though his legs felt wobbly now that the danger had passed. Crow's gone. He had some kind of magical amplification device, but it was unstable. We must alert the Ministry immediately, McGonagall declared. If Dr. Crow has indeed developed a functioning magical amplifier, however flawed, I fear traditional methods may be insufficient in this case, Dumbledore interrupted gently. Dr. Crow has demonstrated an unprecedented fusion of magical and technological capabilities. This may require unconventional responses. His gaze shifted meaningfully to Harry, who understood immediately. You want my dad involved officially. I believe Mr. Stark's expertise may prove invaluable, Dumbledore confirmed. Particularly given Dr. Crow's interest in vibranium-based magical technology. He'll be here as soon as he gets my message, Harry said confidently. Indeed, there is no need to wait, came a familiar voice from above. Everyone looked up to see the Iron Man armor descending rapidly, repulsors glowing as Tony landed in the clearing with mechanical precision. The faceplate retracted, revealing Tony's concerned expression. You okay, kid? He asked immediately, moving to Harry's side. I'm fine, Dad. How did you get here so fast? Tony gestured to the armor. Mark 7 was still here for my visit, remember? Remote deployment as soon as Jarvis detected your emergency signal. I'm piloting it remotely from New York, but I'll be on a plane within the hour. He turned to Dumbledore, his expression hardening. So Crow made his move. What happened? As Harry explained the confrontation, including Crow's neural interface and enhanced magical abilities, Tony's face grew increasingly grim. He's building exactly what I feared, Tony said when Harry finished. A magical amplification system that bypasses natural limitations. But the neural interface approach is incredibly dangerous, it's creating a direct connection between his nervous system and raw magical energy. Could such a device work as he intends? Dumbledore asked. Could it truly grant magical abilities to those without them? Tony looked troubled. Theoretically, maybe. The Vibranium magic interface we developed for Harry's wand does effectively bridge the gap between technological systems and magical energy. If Crow has figured out how to replicate that on a neural level, then he could potentially create artificial magical capability, Flitwick concluded, looking both fascinated and disturbed. Merlin's beard, the implications are staggering. And extremely dangerous, Tony added firmly. Based on what Harry described, the neural interface is highly unstable. Best case scenario, it burns out the user's nervous system. Worst case. Uncontrolled magical discharge on a massive scale. We need to find him before he perfects it, Harry said. Or before he tries to get more data from my wand again. Agreed, Dumbledore nodded. I shall contact the Ministry immediately, though I suspect our conventional methods of tracking may prove insufficient against Dr. Crow's technological countermeasures. Leave the tracking to me, Tony said confidently. Jarvis is already analyzing the magical energy signature from Harry's encounter. We'll find him. As the professors began organizing a proper response, including securing the castle and alerting magical authorities, Harry pulled Tony aside. I think I know what Crow will try next, he said quietly. He needs more data on the Vibranium magic interface to stabilize his neural amplifier. He's already tried studying my wand twice and failed. What's his next logical target? Tony caught on immediately. The source. The original research and development data back at the tower. His expression darkened. Which means he'll be coming after me, or more specifically, my secure servers. So what do we do? A slow, calculating smile spread across Tony's face. We set a trap. Give Crow exactly what he's looking for, or what he thinks he's looking for. Harry nodded, understanding forming. Bait. But how do we make sure he takes it? That's where you come in, kid. Tony placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Think you're up for playing a key role in an elaborate sting operation? Despite the residual adrenaline and fatigue from the confrontation, Harry felt a surge of determination. Absolutely. Crow threatened my dad, tried to steal my wand, and wants to create potentially dangerous magic tech hybrids. I want to stop him. That's my boy, Tony said with pride. Now, here's what we're going to do. Over the next 48 hours, an intricate trap was laid. Tony arrived in person, bringing additional equipment and coordinating with both Hogwarts staff and select Ministry of Magic officials, those Dumbledore trusted implicitly with such sensitive information. The plan was elegant in its simplicity: create the appearance of a vulnerability in Stark Tower's security systems, specifically around the servers containing the Vibranium wand research. Through carefully planted information, digital breadcrumbs for Crow to follow, they suggested that Tony had become concerned enough about security to transfer the most crucial data to Hogwarts, where Harry could help implement additional magical protections. Crow's ego will do the rest, Tony explained during their final planning session in Dumbledore's office. He'll see this as his perfect opportunity, the complete research database, transported to a location he knows well, during a narrow window of vulnerability. And you're certain he'll detect these digital breadcrumbs? McGonagall asked skeptically. He's already breached our communication channels once, Tony confirmed. He'll be monitoring for exactly this kind of information. The key is making it seem like he's discovering something we're trying to hide, not something we want him to find. Harry, who had been studying the holographic schematics Tony had projected, looked up. What if he suspects a trap? That's why we need to make the vulnerability convincing, Tony explained. We'll actually transfer real data, heavily redacted and modified, but containing enough authentic information to pass initial inspection. And we'll implement genuine security measures that Crow will need to overcome. Creating the appearance of a challenging but not impossible target, Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. A delicate balance. Exactly, Tony agreed. Too easy, and he'll suspect a trap. Too difficult, and he'll retreat to develop another approach. The transfer was scheduled for midnight, with Harry and Tony working in the Room of Requirement, a remarkable space Dumbledore had introduced them to, which could transform itself into whatever they needed. For this operation, it had become a perfect replica of Tony's lab at Stark Tower, complete with secure servers and workstations. As the appointed hour approached, Harry found himself growing increasingly tense. He checked and rechecked his Vibranium wand, ensuring all security systems were functioning optimally. The Guardian bracelet hummed softly on his wrist, its tracking and defensive capabilities enhanced for the operation. Nervous? Tony asked, noticing Harry's repeated equipment checks. A little, Harry admitted. What if he doesn't take the bait? Or what if he brings reinforcements we haven't anticipated? Then we adapt, Tony said simply. That's what Starks do. We prepare for every contingency we can imagine, then improvise for the ones we couldn't. Harry nodded, drawing confidence from his father's assurance. Do you think his neural interface will be more stable this time? Possibly. He's had time to refine it, and he's clearly brilliant, if morally compromised. Tony's expression darkened. Which is why we need to end this tonight. The longer he works on that technology, the more dangerous it becomes, not just to him, but to anyone he might convince to use it. At precisely midnight, they began the transfer procedure. Real data flowed from Stark Tower's secure servers to the temporary setup in the room of requirement, though as planned, the information was carefully modified to be impressive but ultimately useless without additional components that weren't included. 20 minutes into the process, the first alert sounded, a subtle digital intrusion attempt detected at the outer security layer. Right on schedule, Tony murmured, monitoring the attack pattern. He's good, using a combination of conventional hacking techniques and what appears to be magically enhanced digital manipulation. Can he get through? Harry asked, taking position near the door as planned. He's supposed to, Tony reminded him. Just not too easily. They watched as Crow methodically worked through their security layers. Each breach was calculated to appear hard-won, when in reality, specific vulnerabilities had been intentionally built into the system. By the time Crow reached the inner security protocols, nearly 40 minutes had passed. He's almost through, Tony noted. Final security layer in 3, 2, 1. The monitoring system flashed red, indicating a complete breach. Simultaneously, the room of requirement's environmental sensors detected a magical disturbance near the entrance. Physical approach detected, Jarvis announced softly through their communication devices. Single individual, exhibiting the unique energy signature catalogued as Crow's neural interface. Tony nodded to Harry, both moving to their predetermined positions. The trap was set, the target approaching. All that remained was to spring it at precisely the right moment. The door to the room of requirement opened silently, revealing Dr. Elias Crow. He looked significantly different from when Harry had last seen him, thinner, his face drawn with strain, eyes burning with feverish intensity. The neural interface was now more integrated into his appearance, with slim metallic components visible along his temples and jawline. Purple energy pulsed beneath his skin in web-like patterns, concentrated around these technological additions. I know you're here, Stark, Crow called out, stepping fully into the room. You and your prodigious son. This elaborate charade wasn't necessary. I would have gladly discussed terms for a proper technological exchange. Tony emerged from behind a server bank, appearing casual but positioned strategically. Funny, your previous approaches didn't feel much like a business meeting. More like attempted theft and child endangerment. Crow's gaze shifted to where Tony stood, then swept the room, clearly searching for Harry. Merely attempts to overcome your unreasonable reluctance to share world-changing innovation. Where is the boy? Safe, Tony replied simply. And not part of this conversation. Harry remained hidden, watching from his concealed position as Tony engaged Crow in dialogue, part of their strategy to keep him talking while the trap's final components activated. I see you've made some upgrades, Tony continued, nodding toward the visible components of Crow's neural interface. Looking a bit bored like there. How's that working out for you? Any uncontrolled neural spasms? Persistent headaches? Occasional urge to assimilate lesser life forms? A flicker of annoyance crossed Crow's face. Mock all you want, Stark. The neural interface is beyond your comprehension, a perfect symbiosis of magical energy and human nervous system. Perfect, huh? Those tremors in your left hand suggest otherwise. Crow glanced down, seemingly surprised to notice the subtle shaking Tony had identified. He clenched his fist, the purple energy briefly flaring as he exerted control. Minor calibration issues, he dismissed. Nothing that the complete Vibranium interface data won't solve. Data I see you've conveniently gathered here for me. He gestured toward the servers, which displayed active transfer protocols and security breach notifications, all part of the elaborate staging. You know, for a supposedly brilliant researcher, you're pretty predictable, Tony remarked, casually moving around a workstation to maintain Crow's attention. Security breach at Stark Tower, convenient data transfer to a location you know well, minimal protection, didn't that seem a little too perfect? Uncertainty flickered across Crow's face, quickly replaced by confident disdain. A trap? Please. Your security protocols were sophisticated but ultimately penetrable. I tracked the authentic data signatures myself. Oh, the data's real, Tony confirmed with a shrug. Just not particularly useful without the proprietary algorithms that interpret it. Algorithms that exist in exactly two places, my brain and Harry's wand. Crow's expression hardened. Then I'll simply have to acquire both. That's your plan? Take on Iron Man and a magically enhanced kid who's already beaten you twice. Tony laughed. And people call me overconfident. I don't need to defeat you, Crow replied, his voice taking on the strange harmonic quality Harry had noticed during their previous encounter. I merely need to incapacitate you long enough to extract what I need. Without further warning, he activated the neural interface fully. Purple energy surged around him, creating a pulsing aura of magical power. With a gesture, he sent a wave of force toward Tony, who barely managed to dive behind a reinforced workstation. Jarvis, deploy! Tony shouted. Panels in the ceiling opened, dropping the compact Iron Man suit, which assembled around Tony with practiced efficiency. By the time Crow had redirected his attack, Iron Man stood fully armored and ready. Let's even the odds, came Tony's mechanized voice through the suit speakers. Repulsors charged with a distinctive whine as he took aim at Crow. Harry watched from his hidden position, waiting for the signal. According to their plan, he would remain concealed until Crow was fully engaged with Iron Man, then strike from an unexpected angle with a specialized containment spell they had developed specifically to disrupt the neural interface. The two technological innovators clashed in a spectacular display of power, Crow's magically enhanced abilities against Iron Man's advanced weaponry and defenses. Purple energy lashed out in tendrils and waves, while Tony responded with precisely calibrated repulsor blasts designed to disrupt magical energy patterns. Your armor is impressive, Crow acknowledged as a repulsor blast dissipated against his magical shield. But fundamentally limited by conventional physics. My neural interface transcends such limitations. To demonstrate, he made a complex gesture with both hands, causing multiple objects around the room to animate and attack Iron Man simultaneously. Server racks twisted into metallic tentacles, floor tiles rose up like projectiles, and the very air seemed to solidify in places, attempting to constrict around the armor. Tony responded with remarkable adaptability, the suit's thrusters allowing him to maneuver rapidly while targeted repulsor blasts neutralized the animated objects. Transcending physics doesn't mean much when you can't hit your target, he taunted, clearly trying to provoke Crow into overextending himself. The strategy worked. Frustrated by his inability to breach the Iron Man armor, Crow channeled a massive surge of power through the neural interface. The purple energy concentrated around his hands, forming what appeared to be a concentrated beam of magical force. Let's see how your armor handles this, he snarled, unleashing the beam directly at Tony. The impact drove Iron Man backward into a wall, momentarily overwhelming the suit's defenses. Alarm indicators flashed across Harry's Guardian bracelet, showing Tony's suit taking significant stress. This was the moment they had been waiting for. With Crow fully committed to his attack on Tony, Harry emerged from his hiding place, Vibranium wand raised. Interfacium disruptus, he shouted, channeling the specialized spell they had developed. A beam of silver-blue energy shot from the Vibranium wand, striking Crow's neural interface at its most vulnerable connection point, the junction where technological components met his temple. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Purple energy surged erratically, the neural interface's components sparking and fluctuating as Harry's spell interfered with its core functions. Crow screamed, his attack on Tony faltering as he clutched at his head. What have you done? Targeted EMP combined with a magical disruption field, Harry explained, maintaining the spell's focus. Specifically designed to safely decouple your neural interface without permanent damage to your nervous system. No. Crow's desperation was palpable as he fought against the disruption, trying to reassert control over the failing interface. The work is too important. You don't understand what you're destroying. Tony had recovered, the Iron Man armor advancing as Harry continued his disruptive spell. We understand exactly what we're stopping, a dangerous, untested technology that could harm countless people if deployed as you intended. Working in perfect coordination, father and son pressed their advantage. As Harry's spell continued to disrupt the neural interface, Tony deployed specialized restraint devices, mechanized cuffs designed to suppress both conventional movement and magical energy. Crow fought desperately, but the neural interface's instability had reached critical levels. Purple energy discharged randomly, no longer under his control, causing localized spatial distortions throughout the room. It's overloading, Tony warned, his sensors detecting the dangerous energy buildup. Harry, containment protocol. Harry nodded, switching to a different spell. Energus contener. A sphere of silver energy expanded from his Vibranium wand, surrounding Crow and the increasingly unstable neural interface. Inside the containment field, Crow made one final, desperate attempt to regain control. He focused all remaining power on the interface components, causing them to glow with blinding intensity. For a moment, it seemed he might succeed, the erratic discharges briefly stabilized, the purple energy coalescing around him in a more coherent pattern. You see, he gasped, a manic smile spreading across his face despite obvious pain. The interface adapts, evolves. Even against your specialized countermeasures. But the apparent stability was merely the precursor to catastrophic failure. With a sound like shattering crystal, the neural interface components overloaded completely. A shockwave of purple energy exploded outward, contained only by Harry's magical barrier. Inside the containment field, Crow collapsed, the neural interface components now dark and inert. The purple energy dissipated rapidly, leaving only faint traces of its former power. Harry maintained the containment spell, approaching cautiously. Is he? Tony's armor scanned through the barrier. Alive. Unconscious. The neural interface appears completely burned out, but his vital signs are stable. Relief washed through Harry as he gradually lowered the containment field. They had succeeded, neutralized Crow and his dangerous technology without lethal force. The door to the room of requirement burst open, revealing Dumbledore, McGonagall, and several other professors with wands drawn, clearly prepared for battle. It seems we've missed the excitement, Dumbledore observed, taking in the scene calmly. Perfect timing as usual, Headmaster, Tony remarked as his helmet retracted. We were just wrapping up. McGonagall moved quickly to examine Crow, her expression concerned despite everything. The neural interface? Neutralized, Harry confirmed. We used the disruption spell we developed, targeting the integration points rather than the entire system. It should have minimized the neurological impact. Most impressive work, Dumbledore acknowledged, genuine admiration in his voice. Both the strategic trap and the precision of your response. As magical authorities were summoned to take Crow into custody, Tony and Harry stepped aside for a moment of private conversation. You did good, kid, Tony said softly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. That containment spell was perfect timing. Couldn't have done it without your targeting data, Harry replied. The suit's sensors were feeding optimal disruption points directly to my bracelet. Tony grinned. That's us, the ultimate magic tech team. Unstoppable. Harry nodded, but a thoughtful expression crossed his face. You know what's weird? When Crow was ranting about his neural interface, there was something almost. I don't know, noble. In his misguided way. He really believed he was creating something that would help people. Most dangerous people do, Tony said soberly. They start with good intentions, then convince themselves that any method is justified by the end goal. It's a slippery slope I've seen too many times. Do you think his basic idea could ever work? Safely, I mean. A way to share magical ability more widely. Tony considered this seriously. Maybe someday, with the right research, the right safeguards. But not through shortcuts or by forcing technology beyond its current limitations. And definitely not by one person appointing themselves the arbiter of who gets power and who doesn't. Harry nodded, understanding the deeper lesson. The Vibranium wand on his arm had given him extraordinary capabilities, but that power came with responsibility, with the obligation to consider consequences beyond immediate results. As they rejoined the others, Dumbledore approached them directly. The Ministry representatives will be arriving shortly to take Dr. Crow into custody. They are most interested in discussing the implications of this neural interface technology. I imagine they are, Tony replied. Let me guess, half of them terrified of its potential misuse, the other half secretly wondering if they could adapt it for their own purposes. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. A remarkably accurate assessment of magical bureaucracy, Mr. Stark. Not so different from the non-magical variety, Tony noted dryly. I'd be happy to provide a detailed technical briefing on why attempting to recreate Crow's work would be a spectacularly bad idea. I believe that would be most educational, Dumbledore agreed. Though perhaps after everyone has had some rest. It has been a rather eventful evening. The aftermath of Crow's capture brought significant changes to Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic, now acutely aware of the potential for technological magical fusion, established a new department specifically focused on monitoring such developments. Dumbledore, with characteristic foresight, ensured that this department would include both magical and non-magical experts, with Tony Stark as a special consultant. For Harry, the remaining months of his trial semester at Hogwarts passed with comparative normality. The excitement surrounding his Vibranium wand gradually subsided as students became accustomed to his unique approach to magic. Even Professor Snape grudgingly allowed the use of Harry's digital scale in potions class after several other students petitioned for more precise measurement methods. On the final evening before summer break, Harry sat beside the lake with Ron and Hermione, watching the sunset paint the castle in golden light. Hard to believe the semester's over, Ron remarked, skipping a stone across the water's surface. Feels like just yesterday you were showing up with that weird wand and giving Malfoy fits. Harry laughed. It's been quite a year. Will you be coming back in September? Hermione asked, the question that had been on many minds. Your trial period is officially over. Harry gazed thoughtfully at the castle. I think so. There's still so much to learn here, not just about magic, but about my parents, about this whole world I'm connected to. Plus, you're the best seeker Gryffindor's had in years, Ron added pragmatically. Would have a breakdown if you didn't return. I've talked it over with Dad, Harry continued. We're working on some modifications to make distance learning easier for my Muggle education subjects. And he's developing more stable magical technological interfaces based on what we learned from Crow's mistakes. So the Vibranium wand stays? Hermione asked. Harry smiled, the wand sliding automatically into his palm as if responding to its mention. Definitely. But maybe with less drama next year. Doubt it, Ron snorted. You're a Potter Stark. Trouble finds you even when you're not looking for it. As they made their way back to the castle for the end-of-term feast, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him here. From a frightened 4-year-old rescued from a cupboard under the stairs to an 11-year-old wizard bridging two worlds, it had been an extraordinary path. The Vibranium wand in his hand was more than just a magical tool or technological marvel, it was a symbol of everything he had become, neither fully traditional wizard nor ordinary Muggle, but something unique. A fusion of different worlds, different approaches, different strengths. In the Great Hall, beneath the enchanted ceiling that had so fascinated Tony, Dumbledore rose to deliver his end-of-term speech. Another year gone, the headmaster began, his gaze sweeping the assembled students. And what a year it has been. New friendships formed, knowledge gained, challenges overcome. As you prepare to depart for the summer, I encourage you to reflect on perhaps the most important lesson we can learn, that our greatest strength lies not in isolation, but in connection. His eyes found Harry at the Gryffindor table. The walls between different worlds, magical and muggle, traditional and innovative, past and future, are not as impermeable as we sometimes believe. In bridging these divides, we discover new possibilities, new solutions to old problems. The speech continued, covering house points. Gryffindor had won, thanks in no small part to Harry's Quidditch performances, and practical matters for the journey home. But Harry remained caught by Dumbledore's words about bridges between worlds. Later, as he packed his trunk in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry's Stark pad chimed with an incoming call. Tony's face appeared on the screen, grinning broadly. "All packed and ready for tomorrow?" he asked. "Almost," Harry confirmed. "Just a few more things to fit in. Better make space. I may have some new prototypes waiting at the tower. Thinking of calling it the Wizard Tech line, magical resistant electronics for the discerning young spellcaster." Harry laughed. "Let me guess, starting with a magically hardened phone so I can actually text from Hogwarts next year?" "Among other things," Tony confirmed with a wink. "Figure if you're coming back for the full educational experience, we might as well revolutionize magical communication while we're at it. Professor McGonagall might have concerns about students having phones during lessons," Harry pointed out. "Teachers always adapt eventually," Tony dismissed. "So, decided for sure then? Back to wizard school in September?" Harry nodded. "It feels right. I'm learning things here I couldn't learn anywhere else. But I'm definitely ready for summer at the tower. I missed the lab. And you, of course." "Of course," Tony echoed with mock offense. "Kid misses his high-tech laboratory first, dear old dad second." They chatted for a while longer about summer plans, projects they wanted to work on, places they might visit, potential improvements to the Vibranium wand based on everything they'd learned from the confrontation with Crow. As they were about to sign off, Tony's expression turned more serious. "Hey. You know I'm proud of you, right? Not just the magical whiz kid stuff or the saving the day stuff, though that was pretty impressive. I'm proud of how you've handled everything, new school, 2 different worlds, all of it. You're doing great, kid." Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. "Thanks, Dad. For everything, the wand, the support, the rescue from the Dursleys, all of it." "That's what family does," Tony replied simply. "See you tomorrow at King's Cross. I'll be the inappropriately flashy muggle disrupting the wizarding status quo." "Wouldn't have it any other way," Harry grinned. After ending the call, Harry finished packing, carefully securing his Vibranium wand in its travel case. The semester had tested him in ways he hadn't anticipated, challenged his understanding of both magic and technology, forced him to defend his unique approach against traditionalists and would-be exploiters alike. But through it all, one truth had emerged clearly: the Vibranium wand wasn't what made his magic special. It enhanced his abilities, certainly, made them more precise, more powerful, but the real magic came from within himself. From his choices, his adaptability, his willingness to bridge different worlds. Tony had given him the tools, the opportunity, and most importantly, the confidence to forge his own path. The rest was up to him, Harry Potter Stark, the boy with the unstoppable wand and limitless potential. Tomorrow he would board the Hogwarts Express, returning temporarily to the Muggle world. In September, he would come back to continue his magical education. But neither world fully defined him anymore, he existed in the space between, drawing strength from both, limited by neither. And that, Harry realized as he closed his trunk with a satisfied click, was the most powerful magic of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.